everybody's here.
Okay, awesome. Sounds very good. Hope everyone had a great Father's Day weekend. I did send out the agenda at the end of last meeting, and I emailed it to Rachel and to Jill, and I can pull it up on a Word doc, or is it something that was handed out, or you guys all just looking at it online?
I can put it in the Drive folder if you guys want.
That'd be good.
If folks want to kind of keep copies, that sounds good, and I'm also going to pull it up on my screen, so just 1 second.
Okay, I'll put it in the Drive folder right now. Okay, it's in there, guys.
And then just in terms of reminding me, I don't think have I sent out the rings central for tomorrow or Wednesday?
No,
I'd have
not
to look
yet.
back at my calendar. Okay, I'll get those out at the end of this meeting, and we'll attempt to pull together another agenda. I'm still opening mine. There it is. Okay, I guess the first thing on the agenda is you all wanted to make sure you had a process for signing off on TAs, and I had highly recommended that as well. So I don't know if Rachel and Jill, you all have sort of figured it out outside of here, and you want to just memorialize that process is done, and or do you need to take any action on signing off on actual TAs? And I'm thinking maybe there was just one.
Yeah, Jay helped us with that process when we signed off on
We have two. We have two TAs, one that reflects the work that the committee did to update the language in the P&A to address including our early education professional employees and some pronoun issues. And then the other one was to remove some redundant and unnecessary and confusing language, I think, about SPED teacher scheduling. So we now have two signed TAs.
Awesome work, guys. And it just so all know, function-wise, is that something that you all just put in the drive for everyone? Are you guys kind of pretty much strictly electronic anymore, and or do folks hand them out, or what's your process on that?
I took our form and PDF'd it and then brought it into a signing program, and they signed it electronically, and then I saved it back into the drive.
Okay. I'm just getting my head around it, and it may be something when you all get to the what are the best practices, you'll sort of assess, did that work well for you? And I think it's great that you're tracking that well, because I think when it comes time to putting the actual new paper contract together, it's really good to be crystal clear on what's the signed agreement, just because it can get confusing when you have a couple of drafts. So awesome then. It doesn't seem as though there's anything to do on that first bit. The second thing is it looks as though we're going to IBB. I'm just going to review the agenda and then see what order maybe sounds right to y'all. We were going to IBB ourselves, the 5-step process through the NEA issue number 8, which was representation on the BLTs. We were going to spend time today seeing how far we got on the Shawnee Mission District issue 3 grievance procedure, again, through the IBB 5-step process. We said we were going to have sort of that stand agenda item, COVID update, meaning COVID committee, which sounds like Michelle really has been providing that. And then I know that Russ was going to be prepared for an economic presentation with an opportunity for questions and answers, so that as facilitator, I can start sort of facilitating your homework piece on your economics so that perhaps it's something we can really bring into these meetings the next couple of days. And then, of course, we'll always end with that, what's our next agenda item? And then Rachel and Jill sort of lead that. What do we need to communicate to stakeholders and members? So any preference in terms of what order folks want to go with those sort of 3 central items, number 8, issue 8, issue 3, and COVID update? Because I know we were going to hold economics till later in the meeting.
I'm fine with the way it's written up there.
That works.
Okay. So NEA issue number 8, again, remember just the 5 steps. And I also sort of kind of review this as we're really getting into the process. I think our committee here, you all are generally, it feels like you're just prepared to start, framing the issue. In other words, drill down so everybody understands the true issue. And then step 2, we identify the interest, like why does it matter to everyone in the room, right? And then we brainstorm. So what solutions would we have to address this issue? And then we try to see if there's consensus, and eventually you get a TA. So I like to repeat that for any observers that are in online, particularly because that brainstorm process that we have later on is really sort of freewheeling. So meaning lots of ideas should come up when we brainstorm. It doesn't mean anyone's dug into any one idea. We just try to throw out a lot of ideas and then try to develop a solution out of what seems to make sense. So I just want to know that folks that are observing to know that when we get to that brainstorm step, I encourage this committee to think outside the box. And sometimes that might concern people that are hearing you brainstorm, like, oh, that wouldn't work. Well, don't worry, it's just brainstorming. This committee will dig deeper on each of the ideas and narrow down. So anyway, that's sort of for the folks that are observing. So with that, since it's coming from the district side, Rachel and or whoever wants to,
It's coming from Shawnee.
I'm sorry, since it's coming from the association side, eventually I don't notice, Jill or whoever wants to explain the issue so we can start to frame and focus it. You want to go ahead?
Yes, so after rewording the first time we had our IBB sessions, I have our issue statement as, how do we ensure all certified staff are represented on the BLT? Right now, there's no consistent process for the election of BLT members by their grade level or their subject area colleagues. And we would like to make sure in each building, the BLT represents the staff in the building, since the BLT will be determining a lot of things that happen in the building, and they play an important role. We believe that there'll be even more staff buy-in with any kind of implementation of a policy or a program if they know that they're represented on the BLT. So yeah, we want to ensure that all certified staff are represented on their BLT.
So at this point, if folks have questions about that, our goal is to really, drill down and understand the issue before we start saying, so why do we care, right? My first question I like to ask, and it may be helpful for everyone, or everyone maybe already knows, but how does the current process work?
It's different in different buildings. There are some buildings that I believe do have some type of election process, or each grade level, picks the person that they would like to have on the BLT. I think in other buildings, the principal might ask for volunteers and then pick the people. At the high school level, the BLT is made up of the department chairs, and department chairs are also picked by principals. So it's different in different buildings.
What other questions? What other addition or more information that anyone can add to this? Before we really just start saying, okay, well, why does this matter? I think Jill's sort of including some of that in her, presentation of the issue. But what other questions, concerns, what other information do folks want to bring forward at this point? give it a second while I pull up a Word document, so we'll start capturing our interest.
One thing I think I would like to share as we think about our interest is, I do think it is important that there is some sort of consistency from year to year in building leadership teams. I mean, we would not want a building leadership team to completely change every single year.
Sounds like Michelle's sort of jumping into interest, and I think we can go there. And remember, with IBB, we may move to a certain step and then discover, okay, maybe we really didn't hash out that previous step. And then if we have to back up to frame and focus it, that's okay. We just don't ever want to move to the solution part too early. So on the interest statement, Jill, I've got a Word doc up, then I'm going to share it, but read the interest statement. I'll put it at the top of this Word doc, and then we'll go ahead and start capturing those interests that Michelle started with Juan. But what does the interest statement say?
How do
Or
we,
issue statement.
sorry, right? How do we ensure all certified staff are represented on the BLT?
In terms of background information, can someone articulate like a simplified statement of like the purpose of the BLT, just so that we maybe have that in front of us too? I'm sure this is obvious to everyone here, except for maybe like me and Russ, but.
I would describe it as a principal advisory committee, leadership committee that helps with decision-making and buy-in and a voice for the entire staff in decision-making. And they really do, if operating correctly, make a lot of decisions. They should.
Okay. Can you give me, like, what are some examples of decisions that will come out of the BLT?
From my level, I can, but I think they could probably give you betters. But if they're going to change a professional learning schedule, a building leadership team might do that.
Monitoring the 20-day plan, the KISA goals.
Absolutely. Deciding what the professional learning is for the building.
When we had to make an adjustment to our schedule because we weren't going to have late starts, I know that the BLT discussed a lot of different options of what that Thursday schedule would look like.
At the elementary level, it might also be, staff are noticing a problem with arrival and dismissal. And so the BLT problem solves around what that procedure might be. Or planning parent engagement nights.
Thank you.
And how large are BLTs? And I'm assuming they're building specific?
Correct.
They are building specific, but there are no guidelines on how many you can or cannot have. So buildings are different, and they also vary on the size of the building and the number of staff members.
Yeah.
And then the other question, is the meeting frequency set? Some places is it sort of as an issue arises? Some places is it sort of set and more proactive, or anything on that?
I would, at the high school level, for my school, it's monthly unless there's more needed.
It's the same for mine,
Monthly at your school?
unless needed more, yeah.
Okay.
And currently, how do folks get on the BLT now? Is it appointed, or I think someone mentioned it's not an elected, but what is the process now in the how do folks get on it, and what really is the makeup? Is it all over the place, or?
Yeah, it's different in each building. We've heard that, in some buildings, the principal will ask for a volunteer from each grade level or, subject area, and then ultimately the principal will pick, of the volunteers, which ones will be on the BLT. In some areas, it's each individual grade level team might pick the person that they want from their group. Usually also has, I think, like a counselor, maybe a social worker, instructional coach, things like that, those positions. And then, like I said, in high school, it is the department chairs. So like the math department chair, social studies department chair, each department has a chair. And that person has been chosen as the chair of their department by the principal. And sometimes the department chair changes every few years. In some instances, you have the same department chair for 25 years. It just kind of depends.
So as a reminder, and again, some of this is a little bit of sort of education piece for observers, because you all are approaching negotiations a little different. Instead of bringing a proposal with a solution to a problem, you've identified a problem through a question here, issue statement or question. How do we ensure all certified staff are represented on the BLT? With that, we like to say, okay, that's a problem or an issue that you're wanting to jointly or collaboratively address. And I guess I would say, I don't know if this sounds, I'm not taking a position, I just want to hear more about the problem. How do you know they are not, I guess, so that you all aren't fixing a problem that maybe is not a problem, but I'm assuming you all know something that maybe you can share. If you thought it was a problem, how do you know all certified staff are not represented?
I would say because in some buildings, we know that the staff is not allowed to choose their representative. It's appointed by the principal. And so some of those people on the building leadership team maybe do not seek out input from the staff they would be representing, so that the staff feels like they have input on the topics that are discussed at the BLT. So, although they, I guess, represent that group, they might not seek input from them to help with decision-making during the BLT meetings.
I think we've also heard that in some cases when it's more just the admin is selecting who's going to be on BLT, it's maybe not a good representative sample of a variety of opinions within the building. Perhaps it's just people that just kind of go along with what the principal says and don't give any sort of pushback.
And we have some data from our fact-finding sessions last year as to how the BLTs are comprised or how they are formed in different buildings. So that probably, looking back, could have been like a homework assignment for one of us to.
You mean in terms of the process at each building?
Correct, yeah.
It's just survey data that's generalizes and says kind of how the BLTs are actually working at this locations.
So the point of that being to demonstrate that there are different processes at different buildings?
Yeah.
Okay, and then to clarify, I just want to clarify the understanding issue that I'm seeing is a question about solid representation of the building, but is it also that you guys, that a process needs to be established that's used at all buildings? Or is that maybe more a solution or an interest that we would get to later? Is it a consistency? Is consistency an issue or not necessarily?
I think, I don't know the best way to say it, but like, I think the consistency of how it's done across the district leads to its own issues. And I think
Leads to the what? You cut out at the end.
its own issues, because
Like
having
what?
things be different all over the place. I think if it was more formalized in what it is and kind of the purpose of it, then across the district it would probably alleviate some of this stuff. I've had talks about what's the difference between the BLT and the DC's role, at my local school, and how it's convenient to run the BLT BLT as part of the DC group and not separate out. And that to me causes its own issues because instead of getting all the leaders involved, you know, it's just one group that is picked by the principal. It's not necessarily the, you know, the active leaders in the school.
How often, another background question that I apologize that everyone knows the answer to but me, how often do you guys meet at the high school level with department chairs? And at those meetings, would you typically talk about BLT issues?
For me, it's usually monthly, and it's more of this is what happened at the meeting, or this is what was discussed. Not necessarily we want feedback. You know, occasionally there is, well, we're going to talk about this. What do you guys think about this? But I would say the majority of the time it's dissemination of stuff that was already decided.
Got it.
So guys, what I'm doing here is you're doing a great job right now on framing and focusing the issue. Right. Yeah, and how do we ensure all certified staff are represented? Now you're framing and focusing why there's either a lack of representation or a perception of a lack of representation here. But I would not say that where I've listed under framing and focusing, can you guys see that? Those are things you guys are saying are the problem. Input from staff may be missing, lack of reps seeking input from staff, dissemination versus input perhaps is perceived, selection of staff are not varied, perception of the committees being not robust. That was a way I reworded what I think I heard Lindsay say, because I heard her say that, you know, the folks on the committee don't provide pushback. I would say, is the goal to push back? Or Lindsay, is the goal to have more robust dialogue on the committees? I would think about it differently, but I think that it can be connected, right? Lack of consistency on processes leads to differing somethings. Okay, I think that was Jay's voice. We didn't really hash that out. Maybe we go back on that. And then clarity on how it works with the DC group, because if the DC group and the BLTs are the same, it just may be a smaller group instead of broadening the input. So you all just perfectly framed and focused your issue in a way that now you can pull interest out of the way you just framed that. And so I would say, like, you know, input from staff may be missing. I'm on the first problem I heard, right? Now you got to tell me, why does that matter? And why? That's an interest. So I'll start capturing interest. So if input from staff is missing, I think everyone in this room should think about, does that matter, right? And if so, why? And that's your interest in that piece of the problem.
Yeah, I would say input from staff does matter. It makes them feel like their voice is being heard. They're the people on what you would call maybe the front lines, so they see the issues daily. If it had to do with an issue in the building that was being discussed, they would have more buy-in to the solution if they felt like their voice had been heard and they had contributed something to the team to help problem solve.
Okay, so I'm hearing your interest here is, if you really want it to work, you're saying staff knowledge is important to problem solving on these committees. And then the second thing you're saying is your interest is, that staff support what comes out of these committees to make it successful.
Yes.
And if they're not involved, there's less buy-in or less support.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would say you're saying you do have an interest in the committees working to problem solve. You think that input from staff is important for that process, and you have an interest in the committees working, and the interest is they're not as likely to, succeed without input. So I think those are legit interests. Anybody have any questions of Jill on those two interests? Anybody want to throw out some more? And you can sort of look at the framing and focusing above to see, does that help you spark ideas? Like, does it matter and why is where we're at. Does it matter that the committees disseminate information versus get input? And if it does, why?
I would agree
If it
with,
does-
I would agree with Jill's assertion, this is Mike, that
Mm-hmm.
staff knowledge is important in that problem-solving process. And this may be under the framing and focusing, but I think it may be helpful for us to determine or to clarify who the groups are that we're trying to represent. Sorry, who the groups are we're trying to represent. I mean, we could name a lot of groups in a comprehensive high school. Is it just the departments? Is it coaches? Is it, I mean, who are the groups that we want to represent here? 'Cause
I think that's fine to put that under framing and focusing, because it may help you when you brainstorm your solutions. So Mike, you led off with, is it departments that is the idea of representation? Does it include coaches? What are the other groups are you coming up for people?
Me personally, I think it'd be a lot. I mean, I'm thinking as a principal, I would try to represent all of my, as a high school principal, I would try to represent all of my departments, counselors, absolutely, instructional coach would be a good member. That's where I would start.
Nurse.
I also think it could be even, I mean, in a physical plant of a high school, even geographical, like make sure you have someone represented from each area of the building, because in some cases it might be about something that's happening in a space of a building or around supervision or around, and if you have nobody on the third floor and the issues on the third floor, it would be, so I also think you would want to represent the physical space of especially in a high school or a middle school.
Geographic area and buildings. What else? You're kind of starting to problem solve, but you're just framing and focusing more information, which is great. What else would need to represent to be, who else would need to be present for it to be
Nurse.
fully represented? Someone said nurse?
I think your special education department would need a representative.
The principal, which is obvious, but I thought we should put it on there.
Sure.
I misspelled that.
Is it in all cases, the head of the BLT or the BLT is led by the building principal, or is there ever any other administrators on the BLT?
Yes, in my knowledge, there's always other administrators that are there as well.
Okay.
Or they can step in the absence of the principal.
Departments are kind of referring to at the high school level, so and a little bit in the middle school level, but middle school doesn't have a department chair. But in the elementary, I think it would be, you'd be wanting to represent grade level.
And
So I don't know if you want to add
specials.
that.
And
Oh,
specials
sorry, thank you
teachers.
so much. Grade level and specials.
I am jumping back down, and we can come back, and as you all are problem solving, you can refine that list further. But I think that's great, Michael, that you suggested we go ahead and capture that. Really also spurs some thoughts in terms of interest, quite frankly, also, right? I mean, all the varying impacts BLT decisions could have. So under interest, I've got, for best outcomes, you need staff knowledge. For best outcomes, you need staff support. Other interest, are there other interests from administrative or principal side in terms of why the problem matters?
I think this goes to staff knowledge, and I said this earlier, but I do think some consistency from year to year is important.
And why do you say that?
If you have initiatives in place and it turns over annually and you have a new group of people that are like, oh, I want to do this, and you never build consistency in practices or how we do things. I just think consistency in leadership, I'm not saying the whole BLT, but I think some consistency is important.
I'm going to paraphrase what I think you're saying, that, for best outcomes, you need strong process and procedures, and consistency is needed for that. And then talk a little, is that right? Number one, and then I want you to talk more about leadership.
Well, I'm going to go back to an example. I can't remember. They switched places on me, so I want to say Jay, but I'm pointing to my left, so it might have been Lindsay that talked about when we were talking about staff meetings, and that every week it was a different topic, a different topic, a different topic. And I think if you turn over your BLT and your leadership team annually, you're going to run into the same thing in regards to procedures or professional learning ideas. If that committee is different every year, you're going to be bouncing like that annually, which I don't think is good practice.
A member
So then,
rotation.
go ahead.
It's just saying you put a member rotation cycle in place so that, whatever groups vote every 2 years or whatever.
Well, I think look at it like a school board. Like a school board, you don't turn over a whole school board in an election, and that design is purposeful.
And who spoke after Michelle? Jay, was that your voice? You're getting into problem solving. I love it, but we're not there yet. Like right when you talked about maybe turnover, we're starting to get into problem solving. I love that. You all, that means your juices are flowing. So, oh boy. So what I've added here, what did I do with? There we go. So what I think I've got, Michelle, is best outcomes need consistency. And you're saying for strong processes and procedures, but I'm also hearing you say just for efficiency. Maybe, right? If every time it turns over, they're having to backstep, recreate, possibly revisit issues, reestablish procedures and decisions, that's probably not helpful as well. Tell me about what you were saying about leadership, Michelle. I heard the word, I just don't want to mess it up.
Say that again, Stephanie.
I thought I heard you say the word leadership, and I don't know that I captured it under process, procedure, and efficiency.
Well, I think you captured what I was trying to say, because I think that leadership team needs consistency. That leadership needs consistency.
And why is that?
For all those things that we just talked about. I think you captured what I was trying to get.
Okay.
I know something we've talked about as like an NEA team in the past is, for example, like with department chairs, the department chairs maybe are selected because they're really strong instructionally and with the content area, but maybe their interest isn't necessarily in leadership of people. And so then, that just is conflicting, where picking someone else on the team, in the department who's more interested in like that leadership of people aspect.
Maybe I'm capturing it, Lindsay. You guys have to tell me if not. Remember, I'm not in your buildings. I'm not in education. Right? So I'm hearing you say that best outcomes need, like I would say, subject matter experts, but also leaders to carry decisions or to lead the process, right? A SME or someone that really understands the intricacies of something in a department may be one person. The person who is perhaps going to bring the most robust conversation, the person who possibly is going to be, I don't want to say well-respected. From what I see, teachers respect teachers, but the person who's more of an established leader in that department should also somehow have some representation or not be missing.
Right.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I think, there's just people that maybe have a stronger interest in like that organizational piece in leading versus, department chairs tend to be more content leading focused.
Can I ask a couple questions? So at every high school, it is the department chairs who serve on the BLT as a representative of the teaching group. Is that at every high school?
I believe, to my recollection, that's correct.
It is for Northwest and East. Those are the three that I can
Okay.
see here in the room, but I'm assuming, yes, at Northwest and South too.
Northwest has a separate BLT from
Okay.
their DCs, and I'm not sure about how South works.
Okay. Is there?
I didn't-
And there's additional people besides the department chairs, like I know the instructional coach is on there.
Okay.
Probably a counselor or two, or all.
Social worker, I'm
Social-
guessing.
Yeah.
School psych.
Yeah. School psych.
In terms of flexibility, if someone said, yeah, I know I'm department chair, but I'm not really interested in serving on the BLT, like, does that happen? Could that happen? Or is it like an automatic at those schools?
I think it's an automatic at my school.
I mean,
That's
does
a
any,
good question for us to ask the department chairs.
I think, Jill and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, your BLT meetings are basically just held during DC meetings, like while the principal's holding the department chair meeting.
Yeah, because the department chair meeting used to be held during one of the class hours of the day, and that the department chair would teach less classes than the other teachers, but now we all have to teach
I
6, and so the department chair meeting is probably essentially the BLT meeting once a month after school.
so do we think there's a convenience aspect to that then that's happening?
Yes.
It could be,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and that then leads me to my question in terms of interest. Are there any, what are the identifiable interests that principals may have in their selection on the BLT? And do we think that people who serve as department chairs might have like interests or feel like that's,
I don't
Should
think
be a
anybody's
possibility.
not saying that it can't be a department head if that
Okay.
department picks that. If that's the will, of that department, then that's fine.
okay, got it.
I think that's a great question, right? First of all, is there some convenience when department chairs and BLTs overlap? And if so, is that an interest worth capturing here? Is that what you were asking, Rachel?
Yes, and I truly don't know if it's, is there, in terms of our building leader interests, and all the people who serve on the BLT, is like the scheduling convenience thing an interest, and then what needs do principals have in terms of their ability to comprise the BLT?
Yeah, I would say that there's an interest because of the differences in all of our school sites, to provide administrative latitude in determining what this body's going to be and what the process is going to be. Dr. Hubbard mentioned, geography might be something you would want to consider in a large high school like West. And I think there's some real value in giving that administrator some autonomy in determining that process.
So
Stephanie,
as
Can you tell me
framing
what,
and focusing, I put 2 things like that I think we do need to figure out. Is there an interest? And I'm just capturing up under frame and focus. And then so let's try to sort of dig deeper on them. Is there an interest in making sure that there's a convenience in terms of time spent and how it's done, that you don't want your solution to undercut that interest? You want to make sure your solution does address it? That's one question we'll go back to. And then also, whoever just mentioned administrative latitude, there may be an interest in having administrative latitude. If so, let's sort of tease that out. So on that one, I would ask, why is administrative latitude important so that you can get us to the interest? I don't know who that was or anyone.
Yeah, it was Mike, it's me. The reasons I referenced were the vast differences in all of our mini school sites. I think they're just so different that community may need something different than a different community. The school site just is so much different than another school site. So I think the purpose in us allowing them to design their body, their process, appropriate to their building, is that's kind of the nature of that, is providing them that latitude to design and upon the knowledge that they have of their specific building.
Mike, I'm hearing you say that an interest is to maintain, some building latitude or building specific solutions.
Yes.
I would use the word autonomy. It would give the building some autonomy too. Stephanie, can you tell me what, I'm sorry, SME is? I'm racking my brain. And
Oh, I'm sorry, subject matter expert.
Thank you.
Thought it
Or
was
someone-
Shawnee Mission East?
I couldn't, I didn't know.
No, I know, I saw that earlier.
That's okay, guys. Thank you for asking. And if there's something else I might want to say that's more appropriate to education, then tell me.
I would use content, probably.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much.
I also-
So I'm hearing that, I heard that Mike said, administrative latitude. I think of that as, is administrative like, I don't say management, principal, structural building leadership latitude. But then when you peeled it back, it sounded like you were just saying, maintain building latitude for solutions and autonomy. Does the building latitude and the solutions and the autonomy, does it come from administrators? Or the administrator in the building? Or is it just important that this committee has it? Or would the administrator be the gatekeeper of ensuring that the committee has latitude, solutions, autonomy? Tell me more about that.
Yeah, I
Just
think
like-
both, Stephanie. I think it's important that the principal, I deal with secondary schools, if the principal at North can design a process different than the principal at East to meet the needs of those two different buildings, while at the same time working with their building leadership team around what those processes are and around what their body's going to look like in the future. So to answer your specific question, yes, I do think there needs to be some principal autonomy, but also some autonomy within the BLT as well. Did that answer your question?
It did for me. What do other folks think? Any other questions about that? I'm saying I think you're saying then, Michael, the administrator's ability to lead the team. Is that what you're kind of saying or no? And what other questions do people have about this? Because I want to make sure it gets hashed out here so your solutions meet the interest, or at least don't undercut it.
I think in addition to lead the team, Michael is talking about the makeup of the team, what the team should look like. And people may or may not agree with me on this, and that's okay, but I don't necessarily think all schools have to look the same, nor in some cases should they. I mean, at the elementary level, a school like Santa Fe Trail and a school like Briarwood, in regards to the number of employees, is not going to look the same. It's not going to operate the same. They're not going to have the same issues and concerns. And I think trying to can one process for 46 schools doesn't give the schools the autonomy and the latitude that Michael is trying to reference. Is that accurate, Mike?
It is. Thanks for cleaning that up.
I think a big piece also is just the communication between all levels. Administration, BLT, and then teachers who are not on the BLT. One thing we've heard is that, some people who are not on the BLT don't feel like they're being heard because the message isn't being relayed back and forth between not on BLT, and vice versa.
I think that's a good point, and I like I think Lindsay brought it up where it was about input versus dissemination, and I think it has to be both. It has to be a two-way street. I have to be asking if I'm a building leadership team member, and I have to be providing feedback.
Yes, I agree. I think that's really important.
I do too.
This is Jay. I worry about sacrificing ideas and leadership for convenience sake. When we have it up there, when we're talking about is it convenient, well, a lot of stuff we do isn't convenient because it's the right thing to do. If we're doing it this way because it's convenient, why have a leadership team? Well, just let the DCs make all the decisions then, if that's convenient. I mean, if we're actually trying to get building input on policies and stuff that's going to affect the whole building, we need input, and it can't be sacrificed for convenience sake.
What is the time that BLTs typically be, and how does that work with contract time?
I was thinking this.
That's where I was trying to get,
Thank
is
you.
there a reason why you're
Yeah.
picking DCs? Because you're already meeting?
I believe it's, for the high school, it's after school, so after the students have left. I don't know if it starts, because when the students leave, we still have, for high school, 40 minutes that we're contracted to be in the building, there.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it starts right at that time when the students leave or after, but it's after student contact day. And I believe it's the same for middle school. I know, some middle schools, their meetings can even go, 1 to 2 hours after the school day. For elementary, I can ask John because he's on his,
It goes in place of the staff meeting
in place of a Tuesday staff meeting.
most of the time, yeah.
I think that's true at a lot of elementaries, that one Tuesday is dedicated to BLT.
It's true at my high school also.
So it's happening unless it goes long within the contract day? Okay.
Right,
Rachel,
because if
I
it's a
think
Tuesday,
I
then you can
understood
go
what you were
past.
saying. I think me putting convenient shortcutted it. Guys, look and see what I put below it. I think it was, does the time and the time investment required for whatever process or whatever solution you come up with, make sure it doesn't conflict with contractual issues or other meetings. That may be something you just want to sort of check when you start to say, do the solutions that we're starting to come up with here in a minute, make sure they're not going to be outside of any other obligation and or contractual issues. So I think convenience probably was not the right word. And I'm not sure who raised the convenience issue, but does this help clarify
Yes.
this?
Yeah, I used that word, and I think I was just trying to put the puzzle piece together of the meetings occurring at the same time or right before or after department chair meetings, just to maybe understand the thought process there.
Can we turn this into an interest, and let's see if people think it is an interest? Rachel's sort of, again, I think for some of us that aren't in the building, sometimes we do go a little bit loopy with things. And this, not that this is Rachel, but sometimes I do because I'm trying to capture what I'm hearing, but I'm not really in your buildings. So can we say there's an interest behind this? We don't want to make it less convenient for teacher participation, nor do we want to make it where certified staff participation is not possible, right? Can we kind of word this in an interest that people feel is acceptable?
It sounds like maybe it's not even a problem if the way that they're being scheduled now.
If folks think that's right, hop in here, guys. Otherwise, this is a Stephanie and Rachel having a
Yeah, no, you're
conversation.
fine. I do know that, I think that there are some buildings where the BLT meeting might go past the contractual time limit. But the people on the BLT feel as though they need to be there, they're part of the team. So I see what you're saying, you're trying to decide if having a separate BLT from maybe a department chair meeting would be outside of the contract time, and so you would have to decide if you need to pay people the hourly rate because they're meeting outside of the contract time.
I was just wondering if that solution was purposely to avoid a problem like that arising,
okay.
but it sounds like maybe
That would only be at the high school level because DCs are paid as
Right.
stipend or supplemental contract. I do think it's important to say BLTs do meet outside of the contract day. It just happens, it happens in the summer. And I think it almost has to sometimes. Like, for example, let's talk about this reopen plan. BLTs may have met before they left for the summer. They have a great PD plan rolling into August, and now the calendar's changed. Those, I can assure you, I'm going to have principals calling saying, I really need my BLT to meet prior to the start. And that happens all the time. We have BLTs that meet year-round. I'm not saying every building, but a lot of buildings, BLTs meet year-round.
Yeah, if it's something that doesn't need a lot of digging, we can keep moving. I mean, I'm glad it's been flagged, right? So that as you think about solutions, it's been flagged. Anything else on this? And are there other interests? And guys, I'm scrolling around on the screen. How does it look for you? And is there one piece of the screen you'd like to look at before we move on to solutions?
No, I was just going to address what Michelle said earlier about having every building in the same box, I guess you would say, like having the exact same procedure. And I don't think that that's exactly what we were going for. It's more that to make sure everyone in the building, all certified staff feel represented on the BLT and feel like their input is heard by the person who represents them on the BLT. So I don't know that, and then that's probably going into solutions, right? Like deciding how that's going to happen.
No, I think that's helpful because that's sort of where my question earlier went, is like, is there a primary issue of representation, or is this really, do we see this as is the issue that there's, not the same process in every single building? And it sounds like what's coming out of this is that from the interest is that the primary issue is representation. Okay.
I think it's just staff wanting to feel like their voice is being heard and their inputs going towards solutions. Because we have people who aren't on the BLT but have a really great idea that, the BLT could take and flesh out, and that doesn't always carry into a meeting.
Okay.
I see what I highlight. Is there anything you seem to be like, I've heard you talk a lot about what I would say like responsibilities of BLT reps to involve others. And maybe you're getting into some solutions here, right? If you think that, and then the other thing that's one thing I just want to say. And then also under interest, while we've talked about communication up here, it needs to be two ways. And that feels like either it's a process procedure from the BLT as a committee, or is it a process and procedure or a standard operating responsibility of individual BLT reps? And is there any interest that we've not captured around that or around communication when you look at the interest?
I think one kind of concern, I guess it'd be an interest, is we've heard from members that they've been told that their BLT rep is their representative, but that their representative isn't supposed to seek their feedback. That the BLT just meets and they make the decisions and kind of, we don't need your feedback, and that's been, pushed out throughout the BLT. And so I think that that's concerning. Just this kind of, we've got our group and we're gonna make the decisions, and so yeah.
Deal with it.
Yeah, deal with it.
So is it covered here? Can you see my gray highlight?
Yeah, that's covered there, I believe.
All righty. And folks, it doesn't mean if you think of an interest after, as you're brainstorming solutions, it doesn't mean you can't say, oh, well, that might, some solutions might trigger you to remind yourself that you do have an interest that maybe you haven't listed yet. And it's okay to raise it because we'll jump back to this section, right? And then back to problem solving. Sometimes we go sort of up and down the 5 steps. Go ahead.
Stephanie, what you have highlighted, I actually think is an interest. I think it's an interest to define the role of a member of a BLT. Because it sounds to me like therein lies a lot of the problems that I'm hearing. They're not communicating, or they're not asking for input, or they're just making decisions and saying it's my way or the highway, or whatever the case may be. If the role is clearly defined, people could be held accountable. Okay,
Michelle, sometimes you tend to jump us where we need to be going. And what I think you just did is you just gave us a, I'm going to pull it from here and I'm going to go ahead and move us here.
I just think it's an interest.
Idea, I heard Michelle say one idea, and by the way, there may be several ideas you take from this, right? You may end up with, after you brainstorm all the solutions to address these interests, you may start pulling a plan together. And the first thing I heard Michelle say is identify the role or responsibilities of the BLT reps. So I'm going to say that really is not an interest. It's an idea that helps address the interest. Is that okay? And then let's just go into brainstorming.
Maybe not just identify the role of the reps, but just the BLT in general.
The purpose.
The purpose of the BLT.
Okay, what else? Remember, brainstorming's freewheeling. Don't censor yourself in your head. Say it, let's get it up here.
Determine a process to create agenda items for the BLT.
Next,
A process to disseminate minutes from the BLT meeting to the staff.
Yes, I think that's very important.
can I say to disseminate minutes and information?
Sure.
Is that being done well at some places and not well at others?
You know, my personal opinion is we have a meeting after the fact that my DC is leading. I
Okay.
don't know if she forgot something,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, it would be, I think it'd be great if their process included like just sending it out to everyone at once. I do think the department chairs and the BLT reps could come back with the group they represent and continue on that and,
Have a
disseminate the
discussion.
minutes, yeah, have a discussion about it, but I think that having like, the principals send out the minutes to all would be a good idea.
I'm going to stop before we keep brainstorming, and I don't want to wordsmith, but I think it's kind of important in terms of what this committee's work is going to be. Maybe we keep brainstorming. I'm getting ready to tell you guys, don't censor as you brainstorm, but I'm using the word identify. You guys are using two words, identify, and you're using the word determine. I think identify is find out what's happening and make sure that you memorialize it somehow and share. Determine is you're going to create, right? So I'm just flagging that now, but I'm going to keep going because I think it'll determine how much you all own this going forward. What are the other brainstorm options? Don't be afraid to throw them out. Even if you think they're not popular or too much, we'll look at them all together.
Determine a process to select the BLTs. I don't know if the word select, but would work.
Reps.
Determine a process to identify. That's using both terms.
Yeah, but that just keeps you all, it broadens your options. So determine a process to select and or identify BLT reps.
Or maybe even defining like the qualifications that you're looking for, because it seems like maybe there's been automatic selection versus selection based on qualifications or strengths or something like that.
What else? Tell me if I need to scroll back up to interest as you're thinking of brainstorming
I'm thinking
solutions.
kind of based off of what Michelle said of, like, we don't want to clear out the whole team at once. Kind of creating terms.
Rotational process.
Yeah, a rotational process for members.
Does that help with representation, do you think? Certainly there's that idea with elected officials, right? Is that to have a specific length of number of years?
I think we do it a lot in other things. I mean, we do it with PDC, we do, I know that we do a rotation for our DCs. Sometimes it's the same person, but, it's the option of this is the year that I'm looking at DCs for these three departments. I see the value in.
That way there's some consistency, you're on it for, however long. And that way, if the group you represent has someone else who'd like to step into it, great, you guys can hash that out. But then also, if nobody's interested, you just keep doing it, nobody else is. But.
So perhaps a term limit that doesn't necessarily have to be
Fulfilled.
I don't know if necessarily we want to look at a term limit because I don't want to narrow it down. I think that it's just deciding a rotation of, the BLT looks at maintaining a membership, every year of, I don't know the best way to say it.
Kind of like a commitment, like a time length of, this is how long, when you step into the role, you're saying, I'll do this for, I'm
2
committing to
years.
at least a certain amount of time.
I think you're determining a rotational process for consistency can sound counterintuitive, right? If you want consistency, why rotate? Just keep the same person forever. So what else are you saying here?
I think the rotational part also is giving the staff the ability to decide, this person necessarily wasn't working in what we wanted to do, and wasn't speaking for our group, and and so it gives them the ability to switch.
Yeah, the rotational process was brought up for consistency because, so that you wouldn't select an entirely new BLT every year. So we were trying to put into words what that would look like, and so Jay was saying a rotational process.
Am I capturing, so a rotational process can give the staff the opportunity to serve, but also the opportunity to approve of or disapprove of the representation?
Yeah.
I don't want to be harsh with those words. I just don't know what other ones to say. Does that capture it?
Yeah.
And other than certified staff having the opportunity, is there anyone else that needs that opportunity? I asked that because, and I know you all are just bargaining around certified staff, but because you all said that this departments, coaches, counselors, geographic area, nurse, sped, principal, grade level, and specials, I don't know who all is considered certified staff.
All those people except for principal.
Okay.
I mean, like in our bargaining unit.
Okay.
I don't know, has there ever been a classified staff member on a BLT?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Our building has classified staff.
I think several do.
Okay.
Just when you're thinking about solutions, and I don't know if you guys are at the point to try to start formulating something, but I guess I'll just flag it here, or so we don't miss it under frame and focus, is what you're doing here, where I'm pointing my thing, all of this stuff, to also include classified staff, and or would they be a different process? Don't know the answer, but it might have you narrow down on or broaden your brainstorming. I don't know. Again, I know this is something that is, represented and will be contractual. So maybe that's just an unspoken, I don't know the answer. I'm just going to flag it.
Well, I think that raises a question of where do we see this definition and identification going? And what are the interests around that? Because I know last year there was discussion around putting this in our administrative guidebook. And I think that process never got completed.
So we have it in the 2021 operating procedure handbook. I can share what's written right now. Obviously, it's not published yet, so but I personally think that's where it belongs and not in the P&A.
Would folks want to hear Michelle share what is drafted right now? Is that what you're saying, Michelle?
Yes, I mean, I have something drafted, yes. It doesn't address all of these things, I'll just be upfront with that, but I mean, it addresses some of them for sure.
Do we want to, asking for input on whether we want to do that here, or if we think we're at the point where we need to put together a committee of people to work on it like we did before? If we agree, if we're, get to a point where we agree that looking at language in the administrator operating procedure handbook is the place to go. It seems like there could be a lot of discussion around potentially that language there, and I just didn't know if we want to do that in here, or if we want to try and form a committee.
I'm thinking.
Yeah. Which we can't, I mean, if pulling it up on the screen and it's all giving input here, I'm just asking the question. And
Michelle, can I ask to go with Rachel's question? And I don't want to shortcut people answering Rachel, but the draft that you've already got in the handbook, where did that come from? Is there an existing committee?
No, from the leadership and learning team.
Okay, so that might help people think about answering Rachel's question. Some work has already started on it. Where do y'all go from here, I guess, is what she's saying.
And what is the deadline to finalize that?
We will go over this administrative operating procedures with principals when they return, so mid-July. I mean, like, we're under a time crunch to, and the other thing I want to say about the operating procedures is, this is a fluid document. It'll be changing all year long. So,
Okay.
I mean, it could change at any time, but if we really want to get it off the ground, we should do it by mid-July. I'd be glad to, I can email you guys this particular what's written and the link to what we have, a startup toolkit that we have.
Yeah, I'd like that. I think besides the operational handbook, we do have staff handbooks in each building. So it could be placed in the staff handbook. I'm trying to remember if I've read through my current buildings. Staff handbook, like page for page, but
Oh, I have.
I'd have to find it and see if, there's anything in there about this.
This is new.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to share with you is not something we have done in the past. It's actually a sort of a outcome of the conversations that happened at all last year through negotiations.
Okay.
It's going to take me just a minute because
No, that's fine.
I can't do it on my iPad. I'm not that talented.
Folks, while Michelle's taking a look, I've added some additional things to brainstorming. So if you can see the screen okay, I won't read through each one. These are the ones I've added as you all have talked. And then I'm just going to do a time check, and I think you're great on time. But does it feel as though there needs to be a restroom break while Michelle's pulling something up so you can look at it with some fresh eyes and a little bit of a breather,
I was
coffee?
just going to say, let's take a short little break. I would like to get up and walk around for a minute.
I also think once I send it to them, they're going to want 5 to 10 minutes to
Read it.
peruse it before they're going to be able to discuss. I would want that time to look at it.
Correct.
Michelle, is it several pages? Like it's 10:10?
No,
Should
no,
we
no,
break?
no.
to-
It's not several pages.
Okay.
But there is
So
a
what time-
toolkit that's attached to it that I think is important to kind of look through.
Okay, folks, it's 10:10. You tell me when you want to come back, but let me also say that only because you're new in the process, and it's not that there need to be any negative intent behind it. It's just practice after years of traditional bargaining. When we break to sort of think about, talk about, or look at something, we tend to break with the folks that were our traditional team to process things, right? So remember in IBB and remember our training around communication and sort of process styles. As you break, pull in people that aren't necessarily, if you're a driver, if you're going to break and look at this and sit next to the person that maybe is an analytical, right? So mix it up as you discuss. Don't fall back into your traditional teams to discuss, because you might come back with perceptions that push you towards traditional versus this collaborative. And I'm not directing who you break with. I'm just saying be sensitive to it. What time would you like to come back?
10:20? 10:25?
Not if we need a break and to
Let's
review
do
the
10:30.
document.
10:30.
Yep. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute and
restroom with me? Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to tell you guys, if you all are going to sit near me and just have any conversation, not that it's all secret, it could be personal conversation, mute the main computer there. Otherwise, when I'm here in my home, I hear y'all talk in the room. But I'm going to mute, turn off my mic, and come back at 10:30.
Microphone's on.
Hi, Rachel. I'm back. Is everyone else back?
Everybody got your mics on?
Okay, I think that folks were going to try to take a look at the document Michelle sent around, and then just start to think about where you all go from here with some of the ideas. Any thoughts bubble up for you? And did you have questions about the document or the toolkit?
So I've been looking at the toolkit, and I think it's the second page. It talks about creating your building leadership teams. And first, it has them listing names of, hold on, just a second. Okay, sorry. Listing names of current members you might consider to be your guiding coalition. So does that mean current members of the building leadership team that would be kind of like a separate group of the BLT?
So if we're going to get into the weeds, I'm going to have help. I
Oh.
would have to bring someone in.
Gotcha, okay.
I'm just going to be honest. I was not part of the team that did all of this, and so I definitely don't want to speak for them.
Right.
I think the answer is yes, but I don't want to say that without. I think if we really want to dig into this, we need Kevin Hansford in the room.
Okay. Yeah, because I also thought maybe it was just the wording used, they actually mean, think of the names of your current staff members and who might be in your guiding coalition, which would be the BLT. Like this language could be used like for not just schools, but like any business. So
I feel like this is a worksheet that a existing BLT would use.
okay.
Based on the way it's written, I believe that to be the case.
Okay.
And I am going to flag, or someone, I think Michelle mentioned Kevin, and I don't know Kevin's availability today or tomorrow, but if you all end up building or being sort of tracked to the process that's going on now, it may be worth noting that maybe you can get some input from him if there are other questions or not. But what else is coming up for folks? And I think I'm screen sharing now. These were some of the ideas. How many of those are addressed in what you're looking at? You don't have to answer me. It's just sort of a rhetorical question.
I mean, to me,
And
it looks like
Mhm.
the purpose is kind of stated on this first page here of the toolkit is what I'm looking at.
I think a worry I had as I was reading through is that it appears like it's still a lot of like the principal going through the staff and thinking about who would be the best representative versus the staff saying, you know, like, I feel like this person represents our team the best.
Yeah, at least for that second page on the toolkit, I think having people in all those categories that they've listed is very important. But I also think it's very important that the groups that are represented have a voice in who's representing them. But we would need to check to make sure that they fulfill these roles as well, I believe.
So far, I'm hearing that. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, one of the first things on page 3 of the toolkit does talk about how you have to make sure you have all your dates down for meetings, start and end times. So that kind of talks about, I don't know if we have this on here. Because we were worried that making sure it's within the contract day. And I know, like Michelle said, they do go outside of the contract day. And whether or not could that limit who volunteers to be on them because it's outside of the contract day. And sometimes I know you said they have to meet in the summer because we're discussing, you know, the the plans of reopening. So are they, is this document telling them that they need to go ahead and schedule the dates out for like the whole year? Or just kind of, yeah, something to think about? I know, you said Kevin Hansford helped put this together, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I think a group of people did, but Kevin would be my go-to.
Okay, got it.
Actually, I think the toolkit came
Oh.
from, I mean, it's referenced. Like,
Right.
we borrowed this toolkit. We did not create it.
Meeting roles are defined, it says. So I know we talked about identifying roles. Meeting roles, what does that mean? Let me look if I can
That was
find it.
talking about like the recorder, timekeeper, facilitator.
Should that be member roles?
It does say team member roles on table 3.
Got it.
Page 5.
So that's, I don't know if it's, I'll have to read through it one more time, but that's in the document. It lists the names of the roles, but not necessarily, I guess you know what a timekeeper is going to do, and you know what a recorder is going to do.
But I think roles outside of, gathering information from, who they represent and things like that.
Right. There's a little bit in here about the qualifications of the reps at the beginning on page 2. Talks about finding people that fit into, there's like 4 categories on here: position, power, expertise, credibility, and leadership.
And I think that also references talking about a necessary balance of those things, which kind of goes back to what Lindsay said earlier, is that you have a balance of, I think, leadership versus content versus, I mean, those two there, expertise, leadership. Do they have credibility with staff? A position, power.
So this is the first time this toolkit has been available, right? This is the first year we're rolling this out?
Yes.
Okay.
It has not been rolled out before. That's
Okay.
correct.
So what we're doing right now then is maybe going through this to see if these tools address some of the needs or solutions that we've identified through here. And then maybe if there are, I kind of feel like if there are additional concerns, again, I'm wondering if maybe that's, a meeting that needs to happen with someone like Kevin, and then, bring back to this group like we did. I'm also wondering if there's, because this is the first year of trying to put this level of, this toolkit behind it and these procedures behind it, if it's something we need to earmark for discussion as whatever our next schedule is, to see, like, kind of how we talked about with sped plan time. How do we follow up to see, is this working? What problems have been solved, or are there any problems that haven't been solved?
And I think it's important to note that even at the very top of this toolkit, it says that this document's to assist. It's not saying you have to use this whole document word for word. I need to be clear about that, because this is an assistance. And in looking at it more in depth, I think that page 1 is to help a principal and/or administrative team effectively balance the BLT. And then after that, I believe the BLT startup checklist would be, once the BLT is established, then the BLT would create the rest of those, would work through this toolkit for the rest of the document.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Stephanie, you put on that first brainstorming idea, identify the purpose of BLT, and we said, yes, that What part of, is it the toolkit that you guys said had a sentence
I
about
was
it?
viewing the first page as,
I
well,
think
maybe
in
not.
the operating procedures is where it's defined.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in that narrative that I emailed to you.
Gotcha, yeah.
Hey guys, what I'm doing right now, and you may not, I don't want to assume you've made a decision here, but I'm saying that it looked as though you all were at the point of, do we start a committee to create a document that captures the things we brainstormed? Is it contractual or is it handbook? So since you've started reviewing that handbook, I'm just doing something that may be helpful on deciding if you want to keep going in that direction or not, or some version of that direction. So we're, you guys' idea to identify the purpose of the BLT, it sounds like, yes, the handbook does, but do people really need to review it? Identify the role and responsibility of BLT reps. It sounds as though there's some of that. What you'll need to look back and say, if you're going to use the handbook as the solution, you'll need to say, does it address the interests that you've identified? Okay. And then does it determine a process to create agenda items? It sounded like in some way, but does it do it in a way that addresses your interests, right? Does it determine a process to disseminate minutes and info to all? I didn't hear that it did. So either it needs to, if you want to address that interest. Or something needs to address that interest, right? So that's all I'm doing. I'm going through each and every idea you had to see how far down that track is the handbook going, and is it a satisfactory manner to address the interest? And you all will determine that.
What is the timeline on staff handbooks?
I'm not certain,
Okay,
sorry.
I'm just,
Do you
again,
mean
trying
like
to
when
think.
will they be ready?
Like, when do we need to have them finalized? Because I'm thinking if we're asking for some level of communication in the staff handbook about the purpose of BLTs, right? That's reflective of our administrative procedures. When would we have to get that done, right? So maybe what this looks like is that we go through this list that's been created today, or a committee does, to look at these administrative procedures in the toolkit to see if it answers the questions or does work to address those concerns. But then maybe also looks at, is there language that could be helpful in the handbook so that if a particular school is maybe there's some function that the BLT is not doing a great job fulfilling, that's something that could be gone back to. It's like, okay, let's remind ourselves, what's the purpose? What's the commitment from all those individuals who serve on the BLT in terms of communication and seeking input and disseminating information?
Well, handbooks would need to be ready by the time teachers come back to school.
Yeah. Right.
Most of them are probably digital right now.
Yeah.
And most of them were probably done prior to leaving for summer break,
Okay.
would be my guess.
Does it feel as though there's more work to be done and info needed on this? And I think Rachel's trying to get at what's the timeline? Maybe.
Yeah.
But to your point, Rachel, I think an addendum could be added
Mm-hmm.
to any staff handbook, right? I mean, if this committee got work done
Sure.
after the fact, we could certainly add it.
Because I do think that could be a meaningful component of the staff handbook, right? Given the purpose of a BLT, right? Like having some definition in there.
Yeah. I don't know if we're at the point now where we say what we're thinking, but I mean, to me, that has real value. If it appears in the administrator's handbook along
Right.
with the staff handbook, there's a commitment
Right.
on both levels to make sure that this is occurring.
I mean, to me, I see a staff handbook as a reference document, right? So Jay is right, nobody's going to sit down and read it start to finish.
Oh, I do.
But if you have a concern or question about your BLT and what it's supposed to do, I think that as a professional employee, that's where you'd want to go the administrative operating procedures are guidebooks for our administrators.
Most teachers don't have access to that.
So, yeah, I think we would need language that reflects that in the staff handbook as well, so that their guidebook that that our professional employees go to has that information.
Yeah, I think one thing that's probably not in the toolkit yet is, I guess the one on here, let me go back and see, she's typing on it. The making sure that all staff is
Where are you trying to go,
represented.
Jill? Up under
Let me
interest?
see. Oh, go down, nope, nope.
Too far,
Maybe it was interest.
right, but a process.
Yeah, a process to make sure that all staff or like groups of staff are represented. There is a part that when it talks about the members and their different kind of qualifications, there's one section, this is on page 2, where it says in the category of expertise, someone that would fall in that category would make sure that are the various points of view in terms of discipline, work experience, and so on, relevant to the task at hand, adequately represented, so that informed, intelligent decisions can be made. So it does say there that, like, we want to make sure that all the points of view, and I think what they mean is all the staff that would deal with discipline and work experience, their points of view are represented, so that we have informed, intelligent decisions. But maybe that needs to be a little bit more clear.
And above it says, in the
Well,
paragraph above.
Jill, does it say how?
I'm sorry? What'd you say, Rachel?
I didn't, that was Stephanie.
Oh, sorry, your name is Rachel. Sorry, Stephanie,
Oh,
what
I
did
think
you
Lindsay
say?
may be answering the question. It sounds as though they're identifying that value as one that's needed, but does the handbook say, or does the toolkit say how yet?
It does not. In the narrative from the operating procedures, it addresses that, I think, sort of twice, but it doesn't, the final sentence says, the exact competition of the team will be determined by the principal with input from teachers.
Right, and I think that's what we would be worried about, is that the final makeup of the team is determined solely by the principal.
And guys, I was saying, does the document address the ideas you brainstormed?
Okay.
Maybe the work is, does the document address your interest? I don't know. And by the way, I do, and I think I did last meeting, at the end of every meeting, did I send at the end of this meeting, depending on where we get on this, no matter where we get, I will send this document.
You're really breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up a lot and kind of sound like robotic.
Rachel. Oh, you know what? It's because my phone was ringing. I'm sorry. Guys, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I was saying that just in terms of capturing these notes that would normally be a flip chart that one of you would own between meetings, I would do it in person and then leave you the flip chart in your office or whoever wants to manage them. This document itself, I will save and send to Rachel and Jill. And I think I did that with the last document you guys were working on, so that if it's helpful for the work that you do between meetings, I'm just saying in terms of how you think about where you go from here, I'll send this document so that, however you want to proceed. And I don't know that I have a recommendation. Does anyone on this group have a recommendation of where we might go from here on following through on this particular issue?
I like the idea of having it, in this administrative handbook and in the staff handbook, but you're saying how we get there so that we make sure that all of our interests are addressed in that portion.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Can you guys hold that thought for 1 second? I want to look up something. I feel like this is a step in the strategic plan for this committee. I think it was supposed to have been done in third or fourth quarter. Hold that thought 1 second. I'm pretty sure it is.
So you're thinking that there's a strategic plan committee that was already looking at,
That was supposed to be.
Okay.
But we held off because of where we were in the negotiations process, because we
Okay.
felt like it would be negotiating outside, because it was already tabled and it was being discussed. And so I think Kevin is the team, hold on, just give me 1 second here.
Yep.
Third, fourth quarter of, I guess what is still our current school year, but 1920.
Should have been done in January, if I remember
Okay.
correctly. Now I can't even find my own document. Oh, here it is.
By the way, I'd say that's an unidentified interest, that it was a requirement for your strategic plan. So I'm just going to add that as an interest, unless anybody disagrees. Remember, we said interest could be mandates, you know.
I think it's under systems. Here it is, right here.
I don't know if it's required as part of the strategic plan, but just part of.
It is, it's an action step. So it says, define and state the purpose and role of district and building leadership groups, building leadership teams specifically. It was supposed to be done in Q2 of last year. So we held, and Kevin is the person that is going to lead that group. So it would be a strategic planning committee. We built this to start with, but Kevin would be building that team to discuss this and build this out.
And as part of that work, could that committee make recommendations for language changes to the operating procedures toolkit and staffing handbook?
Yeah, they could do anything those committees do, absolutely.
Who's on that committee?
It hasn't been developed because we really felt like it because of where we were in negotiations. We weren't going to start a committee when it was in the middle of negotiations, especially, I mean, given the atmosphere we were in, let's be honest.
Yeah.
What are your grades?
But we're ready, we are ready to do this, I think, at this point, which it's not just building leadership teams, it's also site councils and really defining the role and the membership on site councils. So I think we're prepared to start this committee whenever we're ready.
and I think what we've done today, where we've listed out all of our interests and even our brainstorming, that needs to still be included. Like if we were to use a committee, all of the stuff that we've done right now is very important because we've got a lot of information that we've brought, that we've heard throughout, the years with regards to interest. And so I would think I would want to be on the committee personally.
I was going to say, I think it would be good, and this would be a good way for us to teamwork on this, is to develop a committee that has members from both sides to kind of address some of these issues, and then it'd be a way for us to come back and say.
I think it's important to note that procedurally, that it's how the strategic committees are working, and Michael, you might be able to talk about this more specifically because you just went through this, but that team would work through the issues, and I think giving them our notes would be great. They would work through that and they would make a recommendation to the superintendent.
Superintendent, and as I understand it, the steering committee, the overall steering committee of the strategic.
I don't think we've gone back to the steering committee on things, but I think it makes a recommendation to the superintendent, and then indeed makes the recommendation, depending on funding, depending on some of those things.
How are the committees formed? What's the process?
So we have a bank of people that have volunteered, and we've been pulling them from that bank. But I feel like that bank might be a little bit old. So going into this year, we haven't really discussed that, but I feel like we need a new selection of volunteers just because we have new employees. We have people in that bank that no longer work for us. And it's just different committees. So I might not have signed up for anything that was happening last year, where this year we have all new things that are happening throughout the process.
Yeah, I think
So-
because we brought it up as an issue statement, I would like to be on that committee. If you're going to, if we need to like send back out an ask of people that want to be on committees.
Can I think,
like to be part of
and
that.
honestly, Jill, I don't see a problem with that. And we've worked really hard to make sure we had NEA representation on all of our committees, I think, to date. I don't, if we've missed one, it was definitely not intentional, but we've really tried to balance that.
Are we circling a solution that looks like getting that committee up, going and working and supplying our work from today to them?
I think is, with the contingency that we, our group has representation on that group too.
Okay.
I think we also have to say that, can we agree with the statement that's written in the toolkit established starting for August? Because that committee is not going to be up, running, and making recommendations prior to August. I mean, that's just probably not realistic. So I think we do need to have some sort of tentative agreement, if that's our route, that this language that we have written at least works until that committee finishes their work.
Yeah, you mean in terms of what you have for your handbook?
Correct, and what we would be sharing with principals as sort of guidelines for building leadership teams. And we will be encouraging the toolkit, highly encouraging the toolkit for those teams to be using.
And also sharing it with in the staff handbooks as well.
We can do that.
Okay,
Yes.
so I've started a TA document. I want everyone to look at it. It's in the tentative agreement folder.
Rachel, I'm going to have you hold off one sec,
Okay.
only because we try to do the thumbs, that this is
Oh,
where we're going in
good
terms of the
point.
consensus, and then we were, you know what I mean?
Well,
So
we
I don't
could
want to get
also
ahead of
use that
ourselves. I
document
love that you're
as-
capturing, but I'm going to capture it in a way that we can look for consensus before we start wording the TA, if that's okay.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't want people to feel, pressure to think there's already consensus, and I don't know that we're there yet. And I don't know what you're typing, Rachel, but if you look at the screen, this is what I have as a basic solution coming
Yeah.
out of what all you all have done in the past 2 hours. This is just a broad sort of thing that I think captures what you're saying. Let's see if anything else bubbles up. Then let's look for sort of consensus on it, and then we go to drafting a TA. So right now, I'm saying as one of the solutions, does a committee take this information and come back with recommendation? That was either to superintendent or to, I think, the board. And then with representation on that committee from this group, and then perhaps the current language that Michelle has shared goes forward as a temp guideline until the final work is done. And then I'm hearing that, in both handbook and in both admin handbook and staff handbook with toolkit. That's what I'm hearing so far. I just want to give people time to think, is there anything else, and or how do you feel about this? And then we'll look for consensus after everybody sort of really lets this sink in and see what might be missing, what might be problematic.
The only clarifier I have, this is Jay, is representation from this group, and I don't know if necessarily,
That means NEA, I think, right?
I thought
Well,
it meant
that's what I was
from
clarifying.
our 8 people, is what I thought it meant, with representation from this group.
What did we mean by that?
I
That's what I
like
meant.
the idea of representation from these 8 people,
Okay.
I do
Yeah.
too.
because I think if we bring it back, we have the information. If we
That's
have
a good
set
point.
on the committee, if someone has, doesn't
Yeah.
need to be me, but
I just wanted to clarify.
I'm glad you did.
Well, so what is the clarification? I'm not sure I understand it.
Well, your sentence, the second one in red that says with representation from this group, when you say this group, you literally mean like the 8 people that are here right now.
Is it to include everyone, or is it to include an NEA
No, we want
and
to,
an
we want to
admin?
clarify what this group is referring to. This group means
The negotiation.
our negotiating team.
The 8 of us.
Yes,
So we would want representation of the 8 of us from both sides.
right.
Yeah.
Can I say this, both NEA and, what would I say? Or is that what you're saying when you say both sides within the group?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah. I think we mean like of the 8 of us doing IBB, we would like some of us to be
yeah.
in the committee.
You could say with representation from the current IBB negotiating team.
With representation
From-
from our combined team.
Yeah, from our combined team.
Okay, from that makes sense. That's okay. And you all, as long as you all are clear on what that means, I get what you're saying. So that maybe it's not going to be just Jill, maybe it's Jill and somebody else from the team, or
Right.
not Jill, right? Just in other words, that it's a combined representation from the team. So I would say with combined representation from the team. What do you think?
Correct.
Okay. Is everyone clear on what y'all mean on that?
Yeah. I like the
And maybe
idea of,
Rachel can think of a better way to word it, you know, in the final. Remember, she's gonna, sounds like, you know, she can work on the language on that.
yeah, I like
Anything else?
the idea of having the committee and like we have people from this team talking to the committee and getting it worked out. Just in the meantime, when the principals put their BLTs together, it's still up to them. They could still determine who's on it, and I just want to make sure, I mean, do we have, how do I say this? Is there a way to make sure that even starting this year, that we have representatives from all groups in every BLT?
What's the training or like when this goes out to principals, is there a presentation with it? Is there, what does that look like? Is it addressed during the
You're asking me to
admin?
answer a question we haven't developed.
There you go.
Well, maybe that's good, right? I mean, can we devote time?
We would devote time, we've already talked about this part. We have a big principals meeting. This year, we're going to have actually two because of the reopening plan. So we're going to have one right when they return, and then we always have one, a big 2.5-hour meeting at the same time of New Teacher Academy. Because they ride the buses over here, the principals are here, new teachers are doing their thing. We pull the principals, and that's probably when we would typically go over the guidelines. So it'll be at one of those two meetings. And how we do that has not been determined.
Okay.
You know,
And it's
good-
not, keep in mind, this operating procedure is massive. BLT is one small part of this massive document.
Right.
But we could highlight during that meeting that representation on the BLT was something that was discussed during negotiations. These are some guidelines in this document. Think about that as you compose your BLT, and there's going to be a committee doing further work.
Please don't rely on your DCs to form your BLT type. I don't know.
The BLT may already be established, though, for 2021, you
That's-
guys.
yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
People may have already committed. I don't think we're going to go back and kick people off because it's the DCs. You know what I mean? I don't think that's fair.
No.
But I do think we can say, I mean, there is a statement here about the diversity of the school. Look at your school, look at your toolkit, and if your BLT determines you're missing someone, you know, maybe you're missing that person that really is the person that's going to push back. I mean, I think that's where that, in those 4 boxes, the person of power, do you have that person of power that represents all of those groups? If they really use the toolkit well, I think they're going to get to that. But I don't think we should try to redefine BLTs for 2021 that are already probably established.
Outside of the definition and that's currently in the operating procedures and toolkit.
I mean, am I right that most BLTs are established for 2021?
Probably.
Contracts that probably, DCs are under supplemental, they probably already have a
But even in buildings
Yeah.
where, I mean, in our K-8 buildings, I see teachers shaking their head at the back of the room saying, yes, they're established, so.
Right.
I guess I didn't bring this up earlier during interest, I didn't think about it. I know that DCs do a lot more than just BLT, but I do think that we have some buildings who are able to find funds to pay BLT members and other buildings who are not. And so I think that might be something, like, as the committee meets, something to consider, that, you know, BLTs do a lot for our buildings and for our districts, and some members are being compensated and others are not.
Compensated how? That's a supplemental? No.
Probably paid an hourly rate?
I think it's an hourly.
And that's
would-
happening at some?
I think
would
it's happening in
concur.
some middle schools.
In the summer?
I don't know in the summer, I think, oh, okay, I thought,
In this, I know of the summer when they might want to do a retreat or something like that. And to my knowledge, I believe that's only Title I schools.
Yeah, I can't think of any schools that are doing a supplemental for this. They do have a little bit of latitude with some flexible supplementals. I'm guessing some are doing like an hourly or a stipend. But like what Jay and I did with PDCs, we made a recommendation to quit paying them by the hour and just to do a flat stipend for all of them.
Okay.
And that,
Can be something discussed
I'm
in the
not saying we
committee?
have to do that, but that
No,
was
I
something
think
that.
That's
that's
what
a
I'm
good
meaning,
thing
is
for
just
the
something for the committee to
committee to,
consider.
yeah.
I think that falls into a different, it would have to go into that compensation one.
It does, yeah.
Right.
Well, then that would be on the follow-up side. I think it's just something, the committee should also look at the hours and amount of work. if it can
Is
be done.
anyone
Make a
saying that?
recommendation on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So then, do we see, like, because we'll have members of this team, that strategic planning committee coming back and giving the 8 of us a report as well before reporting to the superintendent? Or just, how do we see that kind of follow-up happening?
So it sounds like the committee makes recommendations to the superintendent. I would like to address that when we get to the negotiations process topic, because I feel like I'm seeing come out of this discussion an issue of follow-up because we have these TAs that refer things maybe to the like appropriate place or appropriate committee or whatever. So I see that I think maybe we need to add to sort of that like running list. I have this issue of like follow-up, which also I think ties to the issue of timeline for discussions. Because I do think we need to figure that out. And I don't think that's unique to this one. I think that also applies to our sped plan time TA.
Right.
So I can add that to the running list of things that we needed to figure out for our negotiations process. Because I think that's important.
I think that kind of ties in with us meeting year-round, too.
Yeah, I totally think that dovetails really nicely into a discussion of an issue or a problem of what's the timeline? How do we make sure that issues don't, frankly, like fester until the summer?
Rachel, can you remind me of the Shawnee Mission District issues, processes and procedures that we wanted to kind of do at the end of this? What number is that?
I think it's our number one, and I think I have, if anyone else has notes of what that was stated as.
Oh, I don't need that. I just want to reference it, that it is.
Yeah, I
Just
think
for-
it's
It's not our number
It's issue
one.
statement number 2 for
two.
Shawnee
Two.
Mission School District.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead now and have you guys look at what I've captured that I'm going to, at some point, when we're done, what you want to capture for a TA, I want to seek consensus so that Rachel has the okay to go forward with drafting, the final language. So it sounds as though you want to do something that it is about, in accordance with the strategic plan, create a new committee to take this information, come back with a recommendation to the superintendent, with combined representation from the team on that committee, and go ahead and use the current draft or the current handbook language and toolkit to go forward as a temp guideline for this year until the final work is done. And then it should be in both admin and staff handbooks. And as far as presenting to admin, you want to include, forecasting to them that more info will be coming from a committee. And then I'm going to ask you guys a couple questions. Number one, do you need to talk about how it's presented in the staff handbook? And then number two, do you need to confirm that compensation is addressed by that committee and then addressed under economics in this process? If
Yes.
so, I'm thinking it's next year or this year. That's one thing. So how did you present to staff? What are you saying about economics? And then, is there a feedback loop that you think this new committee might want after this year people use the toolkit? Would that help your committee do work? And then the question of, yes, timeline. So I guess if you guys want to answer or think through those last three things, you know.
Well, I think
how do you present?
compensation wise would be a recommendation of the committee.
So I don't think it'd be something that we would necessarily settle this year because that team's going to be working for quite a while, but just as they're looking at it, if that becomes a recommendation that we would want to talk about next year.
So negotiations
Okay, so-
team will follow up
Appropriate.
on any recommendation from the committee regarding compensation.
And Rachel, for the sake of committee, I'd like for you to call it the
Action group?
411 committee.
Okay, 4.1.1.
Yep.
How do you present to staff? Do you need to address that in this TA? I mean, you addressed how to present to admin, or does staff just get the handbook to access as needed, or it's a little
we-
different for staff?
I mean, I can support, if you all want it to read this way, the exact language in the staff handbooks. I can support sending this exact language to principals saying this needs to be placed in your staff handbooks,
Are you
That's what I
talking
was
about the
thinking.
narrative part in your email?
which would also link them to the toolkit.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
Yeah.
would make the most sense.
So the current language from the administrative operating procedures and the toolkit regarding BLTs will be placed in all staff handbooks.
Will be mirrored.
Mirrored.
That's good.
I think y'all answered the outline questions I had. How does it get to staff? Just confirming that the economics is not really for this year, just whenever it's appropriate from the committee. And then I think you guys, it doesn't necessarily need to be in your TA, but we just want to, well, I guess Rachel and I are just both, I guess, I don't know how we're linking this back to district's proposal number 2. It is this idea that, like, where do you guys go at the end of negotiations?
Yeah, I
in
just
terms
thought
of-
whenever we get to that topic, then we might have a list to go back to, because I see like that issue statement, and then now I see like us developing potentially like sub-issues from that.
Okay, so Rachel, can you tell me, did you guys start a flip chart? I hate the phrase parking lot, but did you start a flip chart for district issue statement number 2 of things we wanted to flag throughout the process?
I have in our shared Google, our negotiations team shared folder, I had a document titled Negotiations Process Notes, and I just retitled it SMSD2 Negotiations Process Notes.
Maintain notes on what we might want to reflect on when we get to that.
Yeah.
But if you guys can kind of add those notes there.
And I think you were bringing it up during this one because you were saying when we discuss having a committee look at, an issue statement or a strategic plan group committee looking at that, what is then the process to bring that information back to us first? Do they then give it to the superintendent first? Is that what you were bringing it up for?
No, well, I just
That's
mean,
why I mentioned it, is just, yes, we'll have people from this team on the committee, but
Then what
we
happens?
also want what the committee does to represent our interests of what we've talked about here. So I think hearing what the committee's going to recommend maybe before the process is finalized would be beneficial. Or getting updates as they work, if we meet periodically throughout the year.
yeah.
So is it capturing the phrase on that document you've started that, best practices for IBB committee to interact with other committees? Sometimes a couple of you will be on those other committees, sometimes not. Sometimes it may be standing reports, sometimes as needed, kind of like you're dealing with this a little differently than the COVID committee. So you just want to flag that to review when you get to that issue statement, is
I
that
want to
right?
ask this question, Lindsay, in regards to your statement. I agree that this committee needs to be updated based on the work of that committee. But if we have representation on that committee, and that committee develops something, and then we don't like it, are we going to tell the committee that, or are we going to accept the committee's work? I think we have to be really careful about, I say this to people a lot, don't develop a committee and ask them to do the work if you're not willing to accept their work. And so I think that's kind of a dangerous fine line. If we have representation on that committee, I feel like we should accept the committee's work, or we should do it ourselves. Thoughts on
I
that?
don't think that it's like we're gonna take what the committee does and then say, no, that doesn't work. But I think being updated on the process to know where it's going, you know, is important. Just like we wouldn't take a committee here and then just make a decision and say, this is what we're doing. Like, I feel like our calendar committee, we brought back our recommendations, but then, you know.
So is that the role of the people? Let's say that Jill and Michael are the two committee members that are on there. I'm just making that up. So I feel like that should be the responsibility of Michael to inform Russ, Rachel, and I, and for Jill to inform you all of that work. Does anybody?
I think it would make most sense that like we all sit back at the table and Jill and Mike update the 8 of us together.
Guys, I think that this is the exact kind of conversation you all need to look at in retrospect as you think about how you go forward. Unless you feel as though the TA that Rachel is creating needs to address this specifically in this instant, you're really sort of talking about, looking back on how does your work with committees look? Do you take a hard stand that we always accept committees or we never accept committee recommendations? Or is there some flexibility depending on the item? If it's related to mandatory subjects of bargaining, if it's related to economics, this group has to approve. What I have seen from my experience, not that it's going to happen with you all, but you all have taken the first several IBB steps. So your interest amongst this committee are clear. So when you hear from the committee, you're going to, as a team, be able to really identify quickly, did that committee's work meet our interest, right? If not, can you send some feedback to them, right? Whatever. What I find the committees that end up being not really at conflict, but the committee work that comes through IBB that tends to not go forward or there to be concerns or conflicts or not buy-in from the IBB group are the committees that sort of just bring a solution. The more you function as an IBB group, the more you're going to want to know, well, what interest were you trying to solve? How do we know if we support that committee's work? Because what were you trying to do? Like, I'll give an example. At one point in one district, there was a need to recreate how specials worked. In other words, in this particular district, music, art, and PE teachers traveled to every elementary school, okay? And they traveled to every elementary school. They weren't based in one school. And there was an issue statement brought forward during IBB where one side or the other said, we need to create more consistency to make the work schedule more manageable for specials teachers, okay? And they said, well, we all don't want to do the work it takes to recreate how specials, provides education. Can we have specials teachers tell us what might work? So they totally kicked it to a specials committee. Then the specials committee came back with a solution, and I found that the IBB group was really frozen on okaying or understanding or just signing off on that solution because they just got in at the end of it. Like, here's the solution. The IBB committee was like, well, how do we know if that's the right solution? Because what were they trying to address? We're not specials. We don't know. So I'm still working with different districts to refine how do you work with committees. And it seems as though the hard, fast rule may limit you on future committees, right? So like, for example, if you say hard, fast rule, we always take committee recommendations. Otherwise, they do all this work. It's demoralizing. But if the COVID committee, and I'm only using an example, comes back with recommendations that might not comply with the master agreement, right? That's going to be that may be that the IBB group then needs to make changes to the master agreement that they're going to want to IBB, right? And if they don't really understand how the COVID group got to all those solutions, it's just going to be hard. So it's challenging, and I think it's a work in process for all IBB teams. But I would recommend that you hold this conversation off until you get to Shawnee Mission District number 2 issue statement, which is where you can reflect a little bit on how you're working with committees now in terms of what decision you're making, unless Michelle is making a recommendation that she wants a commitment on the committee's recommendation in this TA.
No, I'm not making that recommendation. I just want to be careful that I just think when you ask people to volunteer their time, sit on a committee, we have to be willing to accept what they, within reason.
Yeah, absolutely. What about any other thoughts on this, guys? Or do we have enough info here? Number one, do you feel like you want to hold off on the committee conversation till later? Number two, do we have enough information that we've captured now to see if we have consensus on this solution?
I would just add that I think when we get to that discussion about follow-up, that we have identified like a need, like the problem that I would like to avoid is that we refer this to like the appropriate group or team or whatever it might be, but then that doesn't solve the problem. NEA leaders are hearing the same thing, and then we come back next summer and we're having to do the same work. So to me, that's what the follow-up step needs to solve. Is that, it's basically to prevent us from coming back and having the same discussion, to make sure the work that's done by whoever it's referred to is effective in addressing the problems that we've identified here in this meeting today. So that's what I think we need to solve when we get to that issue of follow-up and timeline. And I think that's why the buy-in part is important.
The appropriate feedback loop.
Right. So I think that's what we need, that we can focus on when we get to that discussion. Because I understand what Lindsay's saying. We've got representation, that's part of it. But then, again, I just think about this sped plan time issue. How do we check back? How do we make sure it's working? How do we fix it then? So we're not waiting until the summer when people become incredibly unhappy because a problem has persisted.
And I think part of that is the committee going and looking at maybe saying that, part of this, for this to work, really has to go and get buy-in from this team. And so maybe they table something until we have time to meet and talk about it. There's all sorts of things that can go into this. You guys come back and do a committee presentation about it, and one of us goes, well, what about this part? And they're like, well, we didn't even think about that. Let's bring that up next time.
Sure.
I also think that a really strong recommendation to the superintendent would have a sign off of this committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea.
The truth is you guys have done some pre-committee work. And so if you're going to create a committee, and I just say Michael and Jill because someone else used the example, I don't know who you guys will select. But you guys have done some work that it feels as though that new 411 committee is going to need to understand why you've pulled this committee together. It could be, right, them understanding an overview of the interests that you guys have already mutually collaborated on, them understanding the nature of the current handbook, and then, whoever from this group is on that committee, really taking responsibility to try to ensure that that committee's work does address the interest. So if it comes back to this group or just goes to the superintendent, it really does its job. But Rachel, are you also saying that this year, minus the committee's work, you want to think about capturing something from the current handbook implementation?
I think we had a note that we're going to go ahead and add the language in the handbooks for the upcoming school year.
Yeah.
And I have that. And at some point I need to check. I think we need to check against the notes. I'm not sure I've captured everything or captured it correctly in this TA, Stephanie, if you can show the way that you had memorialized the agreement that we're kind of circling right now, because I think that,
Oh, am I not screen sharing right
Yeah.
now? I'm so
no.
sorry. I thought I was screen sharing this whole time. Okay, I
Okay.
think I'm screen sharing and I just did bullet points in red.
Perfect.
And so I think
Okay.
we can use this to go ahead and see if there is consensus. But I'll stop and have folks sort of take a look, or I can sort of read the bullet points, and then we can say, do we have a thumbs up? Meaning, I love this idea. I think it's, let's go. I'm excited. We can have a sideways, I've got concerns, but I support it. Or we can have a down thumb, meaning, hey, I don't think I'm on board. And then you'd have to, we'd have to all talk about, how do we need to change it or make it better. So I think the TA is and then this is, guys, listen and read, because I'm going to ask for the thumbs. And when you do, and if you're not ready for thumbs after I get to the end of reading this, because I've missed something, just jump in and tell me. Okay, so in accordance with the strategic plan, a 411 committee is going to take the information that's already been done here, or the work that's been done, to a 411 committee and come back with a recommendation to the superintendent. That committee is going to have combined representation from the team, you guys meaning NEA and admin or district administration, right, representation. The current draft and toolkit that Michelle put forward is going to go forward as a temporary guideline until the committee work is final or done. And it's going to be.
Can you stop there for a second?
Yes.
Until it's done, do we all agree that even if the work is done in October, we're not going to change 2021 membership?
Yeah, I don't see why that would be.
I mean, BLT membership, you wouldn't
Yeah.
change the 2021 BLT membership.
I'm just going to say in October, you wouldn't say you're no longer on BLT, but you are. Would we do that? I mean, we might add to the BLT, but are we going to ideally?
Can I say until the final work is presented in a future school year?
Or even starting with, I think we could say to start in the 21-22 school year. I mean, I could support that. I struggle with, what if we create some guidelines and we say, hypothetically, I'm just making this up, that we say, okay, we do want to pay a supplemental contract, and we do, which means we're going to have to limit membership likely, because you're not going to be able to pay that many people. So we have, okay, 7. Well, Brookridge Elementary has 10 on their BLT, so all of a sudden, well, 3 of you have to go. Are we going to do that mid-school year? I think that's a really bad idea.
I just think current draft and toolkit go forward for the current 2021 school year.
So what she has in there right now?
And then the committee
I
will
don't know,
develop.
maybe I'm confused about what's 2021 or 21-22. So current draft and toolkit go forward as temp guidelines until the 2021 school year. Is that what you want to say?
It would be the
21,
21-22 school year.
That's what I thought. Yeah, 21-22.
That's why I was just saying, have it go forward as temp guidelines for
With this current
No, I
year?
think you
This
had it
current-
right. I think,
for the 2021 school year.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that just clarifies what Michelle was asking. No intent to change mid-year, correct?
correct.
I
Okay.
think though, like
The-
you said, that if a team felt like, oh, we've went through this process, we see the recommendations, and we see the benefit of adding members, I
absolutely.
think that has merit. I don't think that kicking people off mid-year would be any of Betty's intention.
Yeah.
And the way they're written right now would not
Right.
stop anyone from adding if they wanted to. Right.
Okay, and then also, it'll be mirrored in both the admin and staff handbook. When it's presented to admin, it will include forecasting that more info will be coming from the committee. In other words, so that they know that info may change. And then I don't know whether or not, I guess that we should say, you want to confirm in the TA that compensation will be addressed by the committee, and then in economics in negotiations when appropriate, when they're ready, right?
Right.
I don't know that you need to add anything on feedback loop, timeline, or does the committee address the interest? That was just discussion you all had to be aware of as you go forward in the work.
Well,
So-
I think part of that is just the understanding that it would be on our agenda for any meeting going, do we have?
Right.
Do we have, yeah, anything we need to know about this? Yeah.
So that's just you all's decision to make it sort of a standing update,
Yep.
not necessarily part of TA.
I know this is part of like the districts too, but I think that that would make sense as far as best practice for anything that we've put forth of just, we're gonna have a standing update to kind of check in when we meet.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so, Rachel, I'd say capture that on the school district issue statement number 2. Like, you know, the idea of standing updates is something you guys want to visit. So I'm going to be quiet now, and I'm going to have you guys look at it. Everyone can see the red bullet points are the concepts that Rachel will be attempting to put into formal TA language for you all to sign off on if there's consensus. So I'll have you read here, and then here in a minute or so, if nothing else comes up, I'm going to go ahead and ask for thumbs. Okay. Guys, I am not in the room with you, so you got to kind of look around the room to tell me if anybody's, you know, I mean, I guess if you can just put your, let me do gallery views. I'm going to stop screen sharing. Unless somebody tells me they're still reading.
No, I think I got it, but definitely want everyone to look at the TA and tell me where I can improve. You know, does this accurately reflect our agreement?
This is in the folder. I'm looking for this TA, Rachel.
Yeah,
Sorry.
tentative agreement folder, NEASM 8-BLTs.
The first bullet at a beginning. Oh, I guess.
So
that
guys,
makes sense.
let's look at consensus before we wordsmith, right? 2 different steps, and I don't know, like that TA should have no concepts or no intent that's different than what you're going to seek
Right.
consensus. But what I find is reading the TA sometimes turns into, hey, a comma should be there, or hey, you know, maybe we should, right? Or you're missing this. So let's look that we have consensus on these
Okay.
concepts. You guys just proof that TA.
Okay.
So in terms of consensus, let's give thumbs up if you feel good about this decision and you're ready to proof the TA. And then sideways, if you can't do thumbs up, but you still support it, or go down if you still like, we still have
Radio
work to do.
dial.
I see all thumbs up. I think you guys have consensus as best as I can see. So now, Rachel, you want to have people give you any input on that TA to make sure it's in line with what you got consensus on.
Yes, and anyone feel free, I mean, everyone should be able to edit this.
You're also due for lunch if you want people to look and come back, or just do an extra 10 minutes and then go to lunch. Your call.
Rachel, on your 3rd bullet, do we need to say, it says with representation from the IBB negotiations team? I think it's important to say both sides of that team.
Yes.
I think Stephanie said something like combined representation. I guess we'd have to agree to what that meant, but.
Presentation.
I also think it's important to note that that's not all this committee is going to do. I don't want to pigeonhole 411 because they also have to do work around site councils, and I just want to make sure that we're all clear that that's not their only purpose.
And so, Michelle, hold that thought back on the thought you had a minute ago on saying from both sides of IBB. I think that is definitely y'all's intent. You all did sort of come from two different sides, if you will, in traditional bargaining. In terms of sort of supporting the culture of, I think that words do matter, but you also don't want language you can't interpret, right? So, I mean, both sides.
Yeah, I think she did a good job. Rachel
and
typed it in.
administration.
She typed them in rather than, she said both NEA and Shawnee Mission.
Do you need to share your screen with her?
Guys, I'm sorry I cut out, but if you can hear me again, the idea of using language that doesn't reinforce different sides, but still making it interpretable language is, I think, maybe what Jill raised. Like,
Yeah, and she did that actually. She did a good job of changing
Can you
that.
see now, Stephanie?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I think I would feel better, Rachel, if at the end of that sentence right there where you're highlighted, where it says, once the work is completed, if we just said, in addition to the work that 411 needs to do, they will complete the following tasks, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Michelle, does that address the second issue you raised?
It does.
Okay.
The strategic plan is what defines their work, right?
Yes.
Do we need to add any more bullets then? Does that encompass, those two bullets there, does that encompass, I mean, they're going to review our notes, they're going to review language. Do we need to say like, something like that? Specific recommendation regarding the purpose of BLTs and BLT membership?
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
Because I just want to make sure that the work product that comes out is what we're getting at here. I think we're getting there. I think that's pretty clear. And I think we'll want to make sure this TA is in the hands of that committee, which since the team will be represented, the document can, be brought there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just asked, since this will be a supplemental that by contract goes through this body, I'm not sure if you, is it the intent of this body that strategic team is going to delve that much into the weeds of how you're going to pay those positions if that does come as part of that? Or does compensation I think compensation should be referred back to this body because that's part of a whole compensation package for 21-22.
I would think that the
Hey, guys, I'm sorry. I did not hear who was speaking. I'm not sure even really who's in the room. So how do you guys want to, does it make sense for folks that want to ask questions or make suggestions? Anybody in the room, are you saying can do that? And if so, should they identify themselves? I can't hear.
Yeah, I think you just need a microphone, but Linda had a question, unless Rachel wants to restate her question.
No, I can the question was, should that committee come up with a proposal about compensation? Is this TA clear that that would be done through the negotiations process? And my answer would be yes. If it was a compensation issue, it would be done through the negotiations process as a as a mandatorily negotiable issue.
Yeah, I think that the committee would be looking at the work required and would probably do like, this is our suggested amount of compensation for this type of thing.
Right.
And then we would have final.
Yes. And I think that has to be discussed here, because obviously, I mean, I don't know how many, it could be in total, a large amount in supplemental contract, given the number of people who serve. So yeah, I think that'd be appropriate discussion to have here. And it sounds like there'd be no issue with that team's work being completed by the time we're ready to discuss compensation for 20, whatever that year is.
21, 22,
Yeah.
no, I
I have
think.
no idea what year it is. Okay, well, maybe if everyone wants to give this one more read and make sure they're comfortable, and we can let Jay do his thing and turn this into something we can sign. I want to make a proposal about the agenda, and that is, that I think it's important that we do the compensation presentation today, so that we can maybe get into that discussion tomorrow. So I would suggest that we table the third issue for a
Which is
later agenda.
grievance procedure, Rachel?
Yes. I would
it's
suggest that
grievance.
we table the grievance procedure discussion and move forward with the compensation presentation
After lunch.
after lunch. What are everyone's thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Then that is what we'll
Okay,
do.
folks, what time is it? I don't have my.
11:41.
Okay, do you guys want to do an hour or 45 minutes?
We can do 45 minutes.
I
Yeah, I
think
think-
since we're all here, we could do 45, and then I think maybe we should just check back in with each other after rest is, because I know we talked about, since we've added 2 sessions, maybe not pushing ourselves to point of exhaustion, so we can just check back in and then see. I mean, we have till 3. If people are feeling like we're at a good stopping point at any point, we can
Yeah,
do that as well.
be a good judge after looking at all those numbers.
Can I continue?
It exhausts me, I'll tell you that.
Okay, folks, I'm gonna mute on my end, but if you're gonna have lunch and chat there, you may want to mute on your end, and I guess I'll be back on at 12:30. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, have a great lunch.
Thank you. You too.
Let me know when you all are ready to begin again, and Rachel, Jill, or,
We got a couple people still straggling.
no problem.
Now it's warm in here.
I know.
Oh, that's gonna be bad. Warm and numbers?
And belly's full. Russ, I'm sorry.
Set me up for failure.
I know. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are all back.
Present.
I'm not on the call yet.
All right, Rachel, sounds good. I'll just kick it to you to finalize the status of that TA.
We have
You
finalized the
need-
TA, thanks to Jay. So we have our third TA, which I think is great progress. I don't know what is happening on the screen
I
right
have the
now.
same thing going on, it's just stuck.
Am I on this meeting?
I'm not yet.
Rachel, are you
Stop
did
share.
you end?
There we go.
There, okay. Okay, so with
Thank you,
that,
yes.
the only 2 items we really want to make sure that we fit in, if there is a COVID update, there may not be COVID committee. And then, of course, the financial presentation by Russ. And then we should leave enough time to talk about next agenda. And then you all can talk about communications. So skipping over grievance procedure for now, folks, should we go ahead and kick it over to Russ? Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mute on my end, and I'm trying to admit Jay, and it won't let me, Jay. Oh,
Let
there
me
we go.
in.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Russ. Take it up. Go ahead.
So are you going to share your screen with me, or can I share my screen?
Yeah, I think you can just do it and I say okay. It says that multiple can share, so hit share and we'll see what happens.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, I can everyone see okay? Is there any way I can get off the screen and he can make that larger, or is it okay on you all's end?
I think it's okay because we can all see it on our computers.
Okay.
So are we good? Okay. So this basically is the same presentation I did May 26th at the board meeting, so I apologize if you already seen that. But the information will be repeated from that board budget workshop. So you've seen this slide before. These are the different types of funds that we have. We have about 36 separate funds, and so the ones that we'll be focusing on for this presentation will be the operating funds, which runs the day-to-day operations of the school district. It handles the salary and benefits. About 83% of our operating budget covers the salary and benefits. Student transportation, 6%, supplies and services, 5%, utilities, and some other costs. So the supported are operating funds, same thing. This would encompass the general fund, the supplemental general fund, which is also the LOB, local option budget, special education fund, at-risk, bilingual, CTE, and a couple other little funds. The main revenue sources here are our state aid, local taxes, which would be your LOB, and reimbursable fees such as facility rentals, parking fees, interest, stuff like that. So when we built the budget for 2021, we built it based on the information we know at this point. So the funding is based on $4,569. That is the state base amount. That is what is in the state's budget for school districts in Kansas. And our weighted FTE is going to decrease 232.7 FTE, and that's student FTE that we're talking about. If you recall, the law changed about 2 years ago that it is based on prior year FTE enrollment numbers. So we already know that we're going to lose 75.1 weighted FTE just based on our FTE head count. The budget is showing that we're going to decrease in our free lunch count, which is our at-risk weighting, by 69.1. And our new facilities is dropping off at 63.8 FTE. Now the at-risk, all the weighted FTEs will be determined on September 20th coming up in the school year, okay? So we won't know that until we go through the audit on September 20th, and we'll see what that number is. And that'll dictate what our spending authority is in the general fund in 2021. The new facilities is dropping off because that weighting has been eliminated. That was eliminated about 3 years ago. So we're really just getting grandfathered in, and this is the last year that we'll receive that weighting. So basically the decrease is Lenexa Hills dropping off, and then the only one we have left is Brookwood Elementary School. Okay, so after this year, that weighting will go away. I did update the special education reimbursement rate. The KSDE came out with that estimate for next year. The current year's number was based on $29,800. It came in a little bit higher, about $30,010, something like that. And that was just based on because the student transportation numbers came in lower because they weren't running buses. So that way they were propped that up. However, for next year, they decreased that reimbursement rate to base it on $29,510. So that's about $151,000 anticipated decrease in revenue in your special education reimbursement rate. However, we do have some increase SPED FTE, so that's based on a reimbursement in the current year. So if you're adding teachers and paraprofessionals, you get reimbursed at $29,510. LOB, if you recall, in the current funding formula, your LOB base is based on the Consumer Price Index. So we built our budget on a 1% CPI increase. We will know that in about another month when they send out all the budget documents from KSDE. They tell us what that CPI is. So if it's higher than that, that number will be a little bit higher. So the base that you calculate your LOB is based on $4,604. We decreased some of our revenues. We took interest down about $400,000 because the Treasury rate has been dropped down to 0, and we're already starting to see lower interest rates already, interest income already for April, May, and June. So we took about about $400,000 out of that. We were at about $1 million. We're projecting about $600,000 in interest. Facility rentals we decreased because we're not going to offer facility rentals for the month of July and August at this point. If it goes beyond that, then there'll be even less revenue. And then the Little Horizons program is the daycare program that was over at Horizons. That program was eliminated for this year. So that leaves us for anticipated funding for 2021 at $250.4 million. That's about $4.2 million more than what we're going to project how we end up the current year. And this is just the pie chart to shows you the breakdown of the different revenue sources that we get in our operating funds. And so the current budget assumptions on the expenditure side, professional growth, we built in $600,000. We increased that about $100,000. We've been using $500,000 for that figure. We increased that because the last 2 years we broke $700,000, and then we were about $580,000 for this past year. So we increased that to $600,000. Health insurance, we increased the cap January 1st, and when health insurance for a teacher is 8 months in the current year and then 4 months in the next fiscal year. And so the $1 million health insurance increase represents about $600,000 of that cap increase that went into effect January of 2020. Teachers is 8 months and 4 months. Administrators are 6 months and 6 months, and classified is, for the most part, 6 months and 6 months. So we're getting that second half of the insurance that goes into this fiscal year. And then the other $400,000 is just all the vacancy positions that are out there not filled. We go ahead and we put budget out for those positions. So that's where that $1 million increase in health insurance comes for. Early retirement, if you recall, that was a 5-year payout, and we made our last payment in 1920. So that's $1.7 million is dropping out of the budget. Student transportation, contractually, there's a 3% increase in there. We're estimating a $422,000 increase in there. Supplies and services, $448,000 increase there. That's mainly in the curriculum instruction and professional development lines. And then personnel changes, we'll show you here in a minute, but that netted out to about $47,000 increase. So just based on these assumptions, that's $790,000 of additional expenditures in the 2021 budget. Here's a little detail of the personnel changes that is included in the 2021 budget. So the teacher staffing netted out to increasing 1 FTE. And that teacher staffing line, that is the normal staffing process that the HR goes through with the elementary and secondary principals based on projected enrollments. And of course, teachers will be added in August based on however many kids come back at that time. Special education staff was 11.25, and that was 6 special education teachers and 6 paraprofessionals. Administrative positions eliminated, that's 3. Those are all from, 2 of them are from the cabinet level, and 1 is our sustainability. They were all retirements for June 30th, and those positions are not going to be backfilled. Those responsibilities will be assumed by other administrators. Then we're going to, so Leanne Neal, Dr. Neal was over at, over the Early Childhood Center. They're going to reinstate that principal that was, we had that position a year ago or 2 years ago. We eliminated it, and Dr. Neal took on those responsibilities, and then she's going to come back and take on sustainability and a few other responsibilities. So they're going to restore that principal over at Early Childhood. Some cleanup between federal dollars and then the Little Horizons positions that were eliminated because the program was ended. So lots there, but it worked out very well. That it, netted out almost to very little impact on the operating budget of only about $47,000. So that leaves our anticipated budget of $243.7 million. That's a $300,000 increase over our 19-20 projections. And again, this does not have any cost for any salary packages or health insurance increases, since we do not have that information at this time. And so here's another pie chart, shows you how the breakdown of our operating expenditures. As you can tell, obviously a school district is very labor intensive with salary and benefits, making up almost 84% of our budget.
Is that 84% of the budget for operating?
Just operating.
Okay. Do you know what percent of the entire budget?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said anticipated budget, what is known as $244 million?
Mm-hmm.
Includes no increases for any pay grade?
Say that again.
What was your statement about it doesn't include any increases?
There's no salary increases for any pay groups.
Any pay group considered in there? Okay, thank you.
Okay. And when I say pay groups, that's all our classified psychs, teachers, administrators. Okay. This slide we've shown many times in the past. This kind of summarizes the revenues, expenditures, and where we think our fund balances are going to be. For 2021, the budget year coming up, if we were to focus on those last 2 columns, when we presented to the board, we showed that first column that says pre-COVID-19. That's all based on statutory funding, the facts that we know now. We used the term surplus and deficit. Surplus meaning if our revenues are more than our expenditures, we call that a surplus. That's the way I define that. And if it's a deficit, then that means we're spending more than what we think we're going to take in for that year. So with no salary increase packages built in or health insurance, we're looking at $6.7 million. That's a surplus number. That would bring, so our beginning fund balance, we anticipate 15.9 million, and of course we will know that number next week as we close the books on June 30th. So the column on the far right where it says KASB COVID-19, Mark Tallman from KASB did a presentation, and he was asked the question, well, what would happen if the state passed on the $800 million deficit to all the different departments in the state of Kansas? And of course, K through 12 funding is a little bit over 50% of the general fund budget at the state level. And he said, well, the base would need to be decreased to $3,986. So the K through 12 would have to take about a $400 million hit of the $800 million deficit that the state was projecting back in August when the consensus revenue estimates were made. Obviously, I don't think that will be the case, but that's just kind of a range that we showed the board. Here's what it is based on statute. Here's kind of hopefully the worst case loss scenario. If we were at this point, this is where the governor would be making allotments to the different departments in the state. So that brings, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the fund balances because we talked about, well, Dr. Fulton talked to the board a little bit during his presentation about having a guideline or best practice of 8.3%. The 8.3% represents 1 month's worth of expenditures. Our budget is at the point now where if you just basically just take $243.7 million and divide by 12, that's where you get $20 million. And 1/12 is 8.3%. So that was the guidelines that he presented to the board. That would be the minimum amount that we do not want to fall below 8.3%. Now we're going to reach that goal because of the pandemic we're in. There's a lot of savings that occurred in 1920, and if that's the projected call 1920, we estimated a $2.8 million surplus, and that would bring our balances at about 8.9%. Most likely it'll be a little bit higher than that. So when we close out June 30th, we'll know for sure. So that's kind of where the operating budget is for 2021. And I'll go over this last slide and then we can back up if you guys have questions on the previous slide. But this was presented to the board as well. The cost factors for the different step rate or raises if we were to do a step, if we were to do a base, and what the health insurance increases would be per 1%. And so again, this is all pay groups. So basically all you're doing is a step, that would be pretty fixed. So if we did a step for all pay groups, it's $2.3 million. And that includes the Social Security and the unemployment that the district has to pay on top of that. So if you were to do a base, 1% equals 1.75 million. So if you were to do 2%, you just multiply that number times 2. 3% would be times 3. Health insurance, for anything that's a 1% increase in the HMO premium would equal about $160,000. Okay? And then these are other items that Dr. Fulton talked about during his presentation as well. The high school teaching 5 periods, middle school teaching 5 periods. So that kind of concludes my abbreviated presentation. I left a few slides out. I guess I will pause there to see if anybody wants to add anything or start answering questions.
Yeah, I have some questions. It might have been on like the second or third slide when you talked about loss from facility rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Because you wouldn't be renting them in July and August. Is that usually, do you usually take in money from facility rentals? Because I thought that was where you weren't making money on facility rentals, or you weren't allowed to make income on facility rentals.
Facility rentals is considered a reimbursement
Okay,
for the state's revenue purpose. It's called a reimbursement, but it's basically miscellaneous revenue. So
Right.
we collect revenue from the folks that are renting the facilities, and it goes into the operating funds to help cover the cost of operating those facilities.
and sometimes it's not like a in and out, like meaning the same amount you take in for the rental is the same amount that you pay out for like the custodial staff that is there at the time, or?
We will have to pay part of the rental fee if we have to put a custodian there is in that fee, and that will go to cover the custodial cost or custodial overtime.
But the fee is greater than what the district is spending?
I would not say that. What we do, we're running those facilities on weekends, and so you're running utilities. You have custodian on staff. So you're basically, those fees are trying to cover the overhead cost of operating the building for those rentals.
So that's why I'm trying to understand how it's a decrease in revenue, like because if you're not using the building or the electricity, then you're not spending that money, and you're also
Well,
not
that'd
getting the facility,
The utility part would be in your expenditure side.
right?
So this is just the revenue side. So
Okay.
if I'm not operating
Okay,
facilities,
I see what you're saying.
rentals, I'm not going to collect.
So
that
it's a
revenue
decreased revenue, but we're also going to see a decreased
on the utility.
on the utility
Yeah.
side.
So we, to your point, we've seen a lot of utility savings
Okay,
in March, April, May, June,
right,
when kiddos and everybody have been out of the building.
right, okay,
Yeah, so it'd be the same concept.
okay.
And that's reflected in the surplus, the 2.8 for this year? My mic
Oh,
on, that's
yeah,
reflected
yeah.
in the 2.8 surplus,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. That's correct.
And then I think I had a question about the healthcare increases for 2020. Trying to think where that, yeah. So you were saying, because we increased our healthcare cap in January,
Mhm.
that then the last 4 months of 2020, so September, October, November, December, that increase from January will be in those months as well, and those are on the next year's budget.
Yes.
And and the total for that is $1 million, or did you say there was something else?
It's about $600,000
Okay.
is the portion that you're describing.
Okay.
And then $400,000 goes to all the vacancies, the positions that are vacant at this time. We set health insurance budget out for those if they're filled.
Okay. It seems like is that a lot of vacant positions? Because it's almost equal to the amount of positions we have right
It was
now.
pretty consistent this year.
Okay.
I don't know
Russ,
if I
that
have-
includes classified vacancies, correct?
Yeah, it's all.
And
Okay.
so we've
It's
had
just-
classified frozen since spring break.
Yeah.
So we probably do have any classified position that's turned over is remaining vacant. So it
Gotcha.
probably is very high,
Yeah,
just
so
guessing.
if you can think of your paras and aides, there's a lot of turnover, and custodians, those three groups, there's a lot of turnovers in those groups at the end of the school year. Their health insurance is the same as our health insurance, so that cost is the same. So we'll put those out because we'll fill those. HR will work hard over the summertime and fill those positions.
Right.
Okay.
I'll just keep going. Did you have on there that Little Horizons, that program is ending? I was just curious, I didn't.
Yeah, it was eliminated.
Okay.
Mhm.
Was that where staff could have their, staff and students could have their own children in that program?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I think there was minimal use, though,
okay.
From students.
from students.
too.
It was mostly staff. And it was, I believe, eliminated due to a financial analysis
Correct.
of that program.
All right. One thing I just want to point out, you were saying, the legislature could cut up to 400 million from the budget, but the legislature didn't do anything during our special session, and they can't do anything again until January. And so I don't know that we want to predict things that I know you like to predict what's going to happen, but nothing would be able to happen until January of 2021. And I believe that the revenue is actually like in April and May for the state of Kansas have been up. I don't know how to check on that, but that's what I've been hearing.
Well, no changes were made to the state budget,
Okay,
but the governor has the authority to do allotments. So that's going into 2021. It's built into the law that gives her the authority to do allotments, and that's what she would do. It wouldn't be the legislators in January.
okay,
So when the legislators come back in January, they're going to be working on the budget for
21,
22. The authority will be with the governor to make allotments in 2021.
Well, I would say Laura Kelly has education as one of her,
Yeah.
main issues that she wants to help and
Yeah.
protect, so.
Yeah, I agree with that. She's very pro-education. Yeah, and so, and you mentioned revenues were up, so the consensus revenue group, which is the state group that projects the state's revenue, they meet in April and November.
Okay,
And so they met in April to kind of give updated numbers on COVID, and the state revenues beat it by, not a ton, but the May revenues beat that estimate.
okay,
That's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
yeah, that's good.
And I don't know if Stuart Little, our legislative lobbyist, he kind of he speculated and said the governor wouldn't make any of those decisions until after the November revenue consensus. That's what they did back during the Great Recession. They wouldn't make that call until after those revenue numbers came in.
Right.
And if there are allotments, what's the timeline for that? What have we seen before and when that starts to impact our revenue?
Based on history and during that Great Recession, they made that announcement, tell you how much you're going to get at that time. And so, if you're familiar with the school finance formula, it's really not about necessarily the revenue, is the formula. You multiply this number by that number, that's all you get to spend. Here's your money, go spend it. And so that's basically what they do. They reduce that base amount, and you lose, for example, $4 million, just like that. And that money would come from the fund balances. So you would have that in your fund balances that would cover that.
So I know we have 7 days left in the fiscal year, but how much is the total surplus for this year going to be?
Here we were projecting 2.8 million. You see the 2,799,000 number?
But I'm meaning now that we're a little bit closer to the end.
Ask me a week from now and I'll give you exact number.
Okay. Do you have anywhere in here where we could figure out the recapture of when teachers resign and retire and then new teachers are hired at a different location on the salary schedule?
Yeah. So in our budget, and we've done this forever, we did this, I inherited this when I started in 1998. We have a line in our budget called recapture fallout.
Okay.
And it's a negative It's a negative budget, okay? And this budget is built, we built it on $6 million. And in that $6 million, we know we get $2 million from all pay groups in what we call our turnover savings from the summer. So, and that's I think what you're saying is teacher retires at 70,000, we hire a new one at 55, okay? And that works for all pay groups,
Right.
custodians, everybody. Historically, we get about $2 million out of that. We'll get about $2 million out of just vacancy savings during the year. Leave docs from a custodian, takes leave without pay, FMLA, you name it. We know we get $2 million through the school year. Then we'll get, so if you're saving money there in your positions, you're saving money with your health insurance, or Social Security, your unemployment. And then we know we're going to get savings out of our supplies and services line. And that's all based on historical. And so we build in a $6 million negative number into our budget that we think will recapture that money as we go through the school year.
Okay.
And that's already built into these numbers, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Do you think the recapture from the teachers that are retiring is then always used for new salaries of teachers? Do you know what I'm saying?
Not specifically. I would say we know teachers are really about it varies from year to year, obviously, but it'll be about 1.5 million to 1.8 million of that 2 million. And we know we're getting it. So that's why we budgeted every year that we're going to have that recapture savings. So it just kind of goes into the expenditure side of the equation, and we know we have that available to spend for that year.
Okay.
Russ, you've already accounted for the $600,000 in column movement in the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's a page that talks about the anticipated budget. I think you said it's going to, for next year, it'll be approximately 308,000 more than the 1920.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I was thinking that it might be with an increase in funding from the state, that would be, oh, I see what you're saying, because you haven't included increases to salaries. And so when that happens, that could increase the overall budget more than the 1920
Yeah, that's
projected.
correct.
Okay.
So any salary increases in health insurance will add on to that 243 number.
Have we received any update of when benefits is meeting?
I have not.
Linda, if you have information.
That would be Dr. Sumner that would organize it. I'm happy to reach out to him.
So Linda just said that Dr. Sumner would have that information. I can text him.
I'm going to send an email right now.
Okay.
As a committee, we don't have a meeting scheduled.
And you had put in your presentation, Russ, that like a 1%, just what it would look like if we had a 1% increase to the health insurance district contribution, which would be approximately $7.
That's correct.
Okay.
Russ, this is Stephanie Haynes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I've got some questions, not because I'm figuring y'all's budget out. You all will do that together in terms of how it impacts teacher pay and benefits. But I do have some questions so that as I'm facilitating, I can provide you guys sort of the correct categories. A couple questions. Number one, under professional growth, the 600,000 that's allotted towards professional growth, is that certified staff professional growth or all?
Certified staff.
Okay, and then the other question is under the column right below that where you've got the $600,000 cap, or no, you've got healthcare and then you've got cap listed, 694, right? Tell me a little more about that.
So the district contributes $694 per employee. That's per month, $694 per month towards a single health insurance plan for all employees.
Okay, thank you. And when we talk about the question on benefits hasn't met yet, meaning you all don't know by what percentage, if any, the healthcare premiums will go up, correct?
That's correct. We need to meet with our CBIZ, is our health insurance broker, and we'll get that information via them through Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay, and I didn't ask for a copy of y'all's contract, because truth is, I don't like to get that deep into it, but I do need a question for facilitation. If healthcare does increase, does the district then pay any increase up to $694, up until the total of $694, and then the teacher pays the additional, or tell me how that works?
We have 6 health plans, and we will contribute $694 towards that plan. I think 4 of them, the premium is more than $694, so yes, the employee would pay out of pocket for that difference. We have 2 high deductible plans that are less than $694, and that difference goes into an HSA for the employee.
So when you have on another screen that you kind of guessed averaged if healthcare goes up by 1%, what the cost to the district would be, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then if it goes up by 1%, you just don't have now because it's not part of the district's budget. If it goes up by 1%, also depending on what plan people are in, there may be an increased cost for the teacher.
That's correct.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I think those are the only questions I had, just to understand sort of the categories. Another question.
Yeah, I have
Yep,
one
go
that's not necessarily related to this presentation, but the salary matrix info that you send us. Do you know what I mean? Where it shows the number of staff members on each step in each column.
Sure.
Are those, so like the one that we have right now that you've sent us, would that include teachers that have submitted their retirement but technically are still on our still getting paid for June, July, August?
It would.
Okay.
So that matrix was done as of March.
March, okay.
So anything that looked like at March.
Okay.
All right.
And when does that drop off? This next week?
Well, it really,
They get paid through
Yeah.
August.
Oh, do they?
you get paid through August.
But sometimes you guys do that, you guys pay it out in June, right? Something like June, July, August.
Yeah.
New contract starts September 20th.
But we really, I think we really don't know the savings until HR, everybody comes back in July and August and they get
Hired,
They go through their orientation, get hired, get
Yeah.
placed, and then that's where you know where
right.
your true savings are at.
Which is probably why you look at it year after year after year after year to see.
Right. We try to look at it at the same time each year because that gives us a consistent amount of savings that we think we're going to recoup.
I think on their
I've got
first
you.
slide, you said that we're getting an increase to the per pupil base aid. Do you, I guess I could just do the math, but do we know how much that is, like a dollar amount that the school district is getting? Like last year, we were saying, 9 point whatever million increase, and then this year,
Yeah, I do. I have it on another sheet, but
okay,
if you don't quote me on it, it's going to be around
Okay.
$4 million.
around 4 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another question for my facilitation purposes, anyone in the room could probably answer this, or Russ as well. In terms of the plan that moves high school to 5 periods and middle school to 5 periods, I saw that you had the cost calculated. Can you tell me, is there already a firm decision that's been made by the district to implement that plan for this coming year or the following? Or tell me where the district is in that plan. Is it still optional, or is it decided and a timeline is set?
Because of the hiring schedule, there would be no way to do those hires for this school year, so it would start next school year, which is the
Okay.
commitment that's made in the current P&A language.
Okay, that's what I thought, because I didn't see additional FTEs listed besides the one. But then my question is then, Russ, is it money that would be put aside this year for, like, in other words, it's still in this budget?
It's still in, it goes in effect 21, 22. And Dr. Fulton did a presentation June 8th at the board meeting where we're going to use some availability in our capital outlay funds to free up money to pay for starting in 21, 22, and then 22, 23 would be the second phase of that.
Okay.
And I believe, tell me if I'm right on this number, that the move of expenditures from operating to capital outlay accounts for all of the costs for the additional professional employee hires except for 1.3 million, which will have to come out of operating.
That's correct.
Is the move from operating funds into capital outlay also taking into play? Is it happening with the idea that the bond is going to pass, that we're,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I think all three bonds would have to pass. I'm trying to remember what he said during the presentation.
I think that's
But it's
accurate.
contingent upon the passage of 3 bonds in the next 10 years.
So those bonds pass, and then you have more money in capital outlay so that you can move custodial salaries to capital outlay, which frees up money in the operating fund for
That's
these
correct.
things.
It
Okay.
wouldn't be all 3 bonds because you gotta vote on each one of those individually, so it'd just be the first one.
Just the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So then, if the bond doesn't pass, we wouldn't be moving from 6 to 5.
Not currently planned.
Well,
I
not
think-
necessarily.
I think
I
the
mean,
answer
the
would
P&A
be-
language has to, I mean, so
I mean,
our
if we're
current,
saying that it's contingent upon the bond passing, if the bond doesn't pass,
You would have to find the money elsewhere to be able to do that, I think is the answer.
Yeah.
We're not saying it wouldn't happen, but
The
the money
current
would be
plan
available.
Is reliant
Yes.
on the bond passing for it to work.
That's correct.
And the P&A language is in the current printed P&A, or is it a separate document, Rachel? And does everyone have that?
yeah, it's on our website. It's the current P&A.
Yes and yes.
Other questions? There is no stupid question. If there is, I'm probably going to ask it.
I'm just curious about how the process works, how we talk about compensation in IBB. It might be helpful to hear about how that discussion works, because that may raise additional questions about Russ's presentation.
Well, so the reason that I have questions is I'm going to facilitate you through economics in 2 different ways. And in order to facilitate that, I need to know what categories you all will be negotiating over, right? Or what traditionally you haven't negotiated over. So the economic process in short is I am going to have you all individually give some ratings to the importance or the necessity of each category in this contract. Not the dollar amount, but just I will have you rate every category that I'm making note of. You guys will tell me if I'm missing a category. And you all are going to rate them sort of privately, individually, silently, with just some stickies that are going to go on a flip chart for each category. And you're going to rate them with a 1, 2, or 3. And 1 is going to mean that you personally, and based on, you serving in a representative capacity on this committee, what you think that a particular item is either a 1, meaning it must be funded, this contract, no delays, in full. Later, you'll determine what full is, right? In order to have an agreement. Okay, that item may be rated by you, and 8 people or 7 people are going to rate as a 2, meaning this is a important item. This item must be funded at some time. There is some flexibility on how and when we fund it, but it's pretty important. It's hard to visualize a contract without it, but if there's a plan, maybe we don't do it now or to a full extent, or you may rate something a 3. Based on what I'm hearing on your categories, I don't know that you all have any 3s. You have a very mature contract so far, although I haven't opened it for more. So far, I'm not hearing some individual sort of side items. Sometimes they come out of solutions in IBB. Sometimes they come forward as an increase for coach, and I'm not giving you ideas, I'm telling you what I've seen. An increase for coaching staff only, or an increase for extra time that forensics and debate is using off-site, or an increase for the psychologists who are falling behind in the market. Those are things that tend to be sort of odd things that they would, someone may like to do, but it could be, and maybe they're priorities. Maybe those things are number 1 or number 2, but some things do fall to a number 3, meaning this is really not that important in this contract. I don't feel as though it's going to be a problem to go forward without funding that right now. Doesn't prevent anybody from raising it again. So you all will take your categories, and individually you're going to rate them 1, 2s, and 3s, really with stickies on the walls. Okay. And then you're going to privately, after that's done, sort of walk around and see how people rated things, right? Maybe have the ability to move your sticky, change your sticky, right? And then we're going to total and see what as a group, right? What as a group is surfacing as a must-have in a full and robust way? What is surfacing as a must-have? Maybe not fully now. Maybe we can see timing on that, right? Maybe pushing out, but with a commitment. And what really does not need to be funded, but it's something we can look at again next year. Okay. Then once we have your 1, 2s, and 3s, that's your prioritization, right? So how are you all feeling as a group, right? Then you become sort of groupthink on that versus where you were individually, right? On how you prioritize each category, right? And then I'm going to have you guys break into 3 different teams, budget teams. Your homework is going to be with your budget team. Either I like to have groups of 3 to 4. The truth is you guys are very small, but I also like to have 3 budgets come back, right? Then with your budget team, you come back and show what you would spend in each of those categories based on what the priority was. And what is your total budget and where did you put the money? Where did you get it from, right? And again, I have to clarify, it doesn't sort of open you up to go pick apart every line item in the non-mandatory bargaining categories that the district and the board do, right? In other words, you're not going to be bargaining over certified staff. You're not going to be like, divvying over, hey, can you pay the transportation folks less, right? You're just going to take a look at what is available. How would you spend it based on the priorities? And then all 3 teams, I don't want you to really get tied to what you put together. Instead, you're going to come back and each small team will screen share and show us, here's what we decided to do. Here's how we would fund teacher benefits, salary, et cetera, this year, based on the work we've done, based on the presentation we've seen, and based on our priorities. And then once we see 3 different sort of options on how your small groups within your larger group would spend their money, then generally it sort of works out the way you guys brainstorm. You start to see, hey, I like the way Rachel and Michael and Jill's team did that. I like the way Michelle and Jay did this, right? What starts to surface as that could pull together? That could probably be something that would satisfy what we need to be doing this year. So that's the process. And it really doesn't take as long as it might sound, to tell you the truth. What takes a while now is to make sure, number 1, everyone has a real understanding. Also to make sure that we don't have any information that's missing that's going to throw what you guys do. And I think benefits is sort of the elephant on the table, that we got to get that info, or you may shortcut yourselves there, I think. But with that, I'm going to sort of be quiet now and see if you guys have questions of me and or Russ. And then Russ also, anybody, what questions do you have?
I have a quick question, just for clarification. The benefits, would be impactful come January 1st. We've accounted for it through January 1st, correct?
That's correct.
So that's why that may not have happened yet, as far as an increase. Okay.
Normally,
so-
I think they have, the benefits committees like met and like basically has like rates settled because we typically negotiate about health insurance during the summer.
Yes.
Like, I think it's more a COVID issue of why they haven't met versus not being a necessity.
Okay.
I guess I have a question, like, we have the two scenarios in place that are very different and impact, like, the amount of money we have to play with. I think as a group, we need to kind of decide, like, what piece of the pie are we even talking about that we have to play with? Because if we aren't even agreeing on what the chunk is, solutions are going to be very different.
I think you make a really good point, and this is a really unique year for all school districts beyond Kansas, every state. There's a lot of unknown, and there may be some first-time creative solutions to how you settle on that number and or how it is implemented. But any other thoughts on what Lindsay just made?
I mean, at what point do we do the practice first of going through labeling the importance of things? Like, at what point do we start to talk about what that piece of the pie is?
Yeah, I know the prioritization can happen our very next session, right? And then we sort of capture what we thought, what you all decided as a group was, a 1, 2, or a 3. Sometimes you don't have 3s. That's a challenge, right? And then I think we can revisit the settling on that dollar amount, or we can settle on the dollar amount. Or you guys, I've also seen, not post-COVID, but I've also seen a lot of districts where even without COVID, it's hard to figure out, well, how much money really is there, right? And sometimes then it's helpful to say, give the flexibility of a range that may be reasonable, right? In a small district, it may, maybe a range between blank and blank dollar amount. Could we land within that range? Maybe some team's going to come back spending more towards the high end of what the range was, right? Depending on how they saw things. Maybe another team's going to come back pretty low on that range because they're thinking about maybe putting something off where they might put the money in next year. That's another challenge you guys are going to have to be really thinking about. A lot of districts were for 2 years, got sort of used to that predictability and an expectation of what was to come, so they could kind of think about, well, what do we fund this year? What might we fund next year? I think with COVID, your next year is not going to be a fun one, I'm guessing, no matter what the dollar amount is. So that's all stuff that y'all have to, sort of think through. Truth is, and, pull in the people that you think. Russ has tons of knowledge. Does he think there's another presentation, another person, another way to sort of calculate or drill down a little tighter on what dollar amount could be thrown out there to see, is there agreement on that, right? Or a range that you all could work within. So, it may be done differently every district this year, tell you the truth.
Because I think, like, the amount of money we have to spend definitely changes what level at least I would prioritize things with. If I know we have a very limited small number, then my priorities might be different and I might rate things differently.
Good to hear. What do other people think?
I think I have a clarifying question for Russ, and I'm sorry to maybe put you on the spot, but I'm looking at this table of summary fund balances, and I think you referenced, is it 8.3% that gives us 1 month of spending?
Right.
So that would be that ending fund balance, which in the best case scenario, we would have 22.6 million. So to get that down to 8.3%, do you have any idea of what that would be?
Yeah. I had the same question because I was trying to figure out if that year before the 1920 year, the projected 1920, if we're down at the bottom where you have 8.86%, is that saying that we got to that 8? Do Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's underneath the 15 million, 15.9 million.
Right.
Is the balance as a percent of expenditures, is that what you're talking about? You want that number to be 8.3%?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mike, I can't really give you a good concrete answer to that because whatever we agree to on raises increases that expenditure amount, and then you got to divide that by your ending balance,
Gotcha.
and whatever that's going to be.
So right now, if we did
But you're-
no comp increases for any pay group, we would end at the 11 point, whatever that says, percent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just asking what the number means.
I just had a question too, is at the last board meeting, there was 12 million that just got transferred into the contingency reserve.
No, that is asking for authority to do it if they decided they wanted to do it. We haven't transferred anything into the contingency reserve in years. It's been stuck at 5.6 million. So that last end of the year transfer is always a very high, all funds are a very high dollar amount just to see how we finish out the year.
Just to get the authority to
But
do
we
so.
won't be adding anything to the contingency reserve.
Okay.
So then if last year we, projected to end at, about 16 million, and that was 8.86, as just kind of an estimate, the 8.3 would be somewhere around the 15, 16 million mark.
Yes.
So then we would have 6 to 7 million
Yeah, it'd be your,
wiggle room.
yeah, it'd be your 6.7.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting back to.
Okay.
Yep.
So
you're right
then
on.
we're saying then that 6.7 million is the piece of the pie that we're talking about.
Based off of current legislative,
Right.
Assuming no budget cuts.
correct?
Yes.
So 6.7 million available for compensation increases for all pay groups
Correct.
under our best case scenario.
Can I ask one more? Obviously, I don't know why I'm asking, can I? So I'm just wrapping my head around the numbers. The balance as a percent of expenditures, 8.86% in the 1920 school year. That is the 15.9 million and the contingency reserve of 5.6?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to add those two numbers together.
Because I kept thinking that the 15.9 was going to be 8.8% of expenditures, and I'm like, but you kept saying 20 million.
Yeah, it's that little asterisk at the bottom.
Oh, there it
first
is.
asterisk.
Ending
So you
fund balance
just-
plus contingency reserve. Got to read all the asterisks. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, I think we're kind of at a spot where this is where we digest, for lack of a better word. I know I'm starting to see double when I look at numbers now. And I think that maybe this is where we decide to table and then come back and see if any questions have popped up in our heads from, tomorrow morning. And then maybe then we look at what the next steps are.
So maybe in terms, if we're looking at stopping for today, our agenda would revisit any questions that people have after having time to think about these numbers and then starting to go through the IBB process of prioritizing. Is there homework items that we feel like we need?
I mean, I don't know how we move forward on benefits. I mean, we don't have a clue what that's going to do.
And with last year's increase being so large, I think that definitely needs to be in the consideration because people took a big hit last year with the health insurance increases.
Sorry, go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's kind of where I think you're right, Rachel, we're heading. What is the additional information that if we could get, you all would like to have somebody start working on or reaching out to the right people? you all may have to go forward with without an answer or some answers, but what is the most educated answer you can get, if you will? And if you do go forward, again, it's not for me to recommend or suggest. There may end up being some creative way to deal with things when you do know them, and or you may decide, again, like it's not either hold off on a contract or reopen the contract. There may be something in the middle that allows you to visit when you know, but I hear exactly what you're saying. If you don't know and you're spending money, then what do you do when you do know? So someone said they emailed someone for a current status. Whoever did that, is there any way to kind of just press for the most educated information, what that person knows and how quickly they can get info? Or what do you guys think on that in terms of healthcare?
That's a whole committee of like more than just like Dr. Sumner, facilitates that committee, but that's a committee of faculty as well. And so I think us making decisions without that information is kind of cutting off the process at the legs.
But could we find out when that committee reconvenes, what information they're waiting on, when they could expect it, and could they understand that you all are sort of waiting? In other words, is there any control of how quickly that process moves so you can line it up as you reconvene in July?
Right, and can we even get that information in July? Because there's probably ways of dealing with the fact, there are certainly ways, although they might not be great, of dealing with the fact that we don't know the exact amount of the increase. I think that we can probably make educated guesses as to the range of the increase, but we're just guessing. So I'm wondering, is it, if we don't commit to like a robust discussion of compensation during the next two sessions, are we gonna have the information in time to do it during our last three sessions?
And revisit what was your real preference on having your contract versus what is your real drop dead date? And how can that committee understand that drop dead date? Do they have some control to finalize their work prior to? So I think somebody should does it make sense, guys, for someone to connect with whoever chairs or leads the committee, even though I know it's not one person?
I've already made the connection, so and I sent it to both the superintendent and to Dr. Sumner, and so as soon as I have an answer, I'll let you know. I'll try to get an answer tonight. So
What's the typical timeline?
I think they're saying it would have already been done.
Normally they're done.
Please go ahead, Linda.
Guys, you not only have the COVID difference and what money is available, but you've also got salary or healthcare info. So super challenging. But between tonight, I think Jay kind of said people's minds are a little. Tonight, take another look. I don't know, Russ, are you providing this document for folks on the Google Drive, or is it confidential? Or
Yeah, it's in the Google Drive.
Yeah.
So the benefits committee has voting members and non-voting members. And the voting members are the 4 NEA representatives and then 3 classified representatives and 2 administrators. And so part of what we look at is when it's just not like a quote's going to come back. We have to make decisions based on whether we want to go for a rate increase or we want to change our plans. And so if they come back with an astronomical raise in our rates, that does not mean that we're just going to accept those rates. It might mean that we collapse a plan. And so we were waiting. It didn't have anything to do with COVID. We actually met virtually in April. We can meet during Zoom. We were waiting for another month or 2 of returns, hoping for the more months you have where you have an idea of usage and such, the better you have of getting a better rate, a shorter increase. So the hard part now is that since that committee is made up of administrators and classified who aren't working, it's hard, but a Zoom meeting makes it easier because people don't have to physically come here. And CBIZ, I would imagine, should have that information. That's what they do. So it's just a matter of, since we had, trends normally are you have a huge increase like we did last year. Hopeful, our first numbers were looking pretty positive. you wouldn't have that same astronomical leap again. But it was a significant amount of money last year, so you need to know that.
So do
Sorry.
you think the committee is going to want more months of data?
No, we're at the point now where we would,
Okay,
like last year at this time, we wanted to get through May. So now we will actually get through May and June. We should have that information in front of us. So if it's not a huge raise, then, huge increase, we probably will say, let's look at this. But part of our discussion, frankly, has been looking at usage, and the HMO plan costs is like the Cadillac version, and that's really driving our costs up. So a consideration that we've had in the past is, do we look at these plans and we say, we're going to take more of our benefits dollars to reducing premiums,
right.
to try and get some shift of people to some of the other plans that significantly are of less cost to not only the individual but the district. So,
Linda, can you tell us, are they ballparking of a rate increase? I mean, is that fair to ask? Or?
Since we met in April, we really only had, I think, 2 months. And so at that point, our usage was great because nobody could leave their house. And so, so that will take a little bit, but, so it's hard to tell. We had not had back-to-back significant increases in the 5 years that I've been on the benefits committee, but I don't know where COVID has to play in that as well. So that just gives you, I wanted just to have a little perspective of it's a voting procedure, not only on the rates, but how you want
Your plans to look
what
like.
you want your plans to look like.
Very helpful, Linda.
So if we don't have that exact information, then when we talk about compensation, I assume we'd have to build in some level of flexibility. We probably wouldn't have the same ability to say, like, if I assume, like, if the district made a commitment, we will cover the increase no matter what it is, then that would impact what we're able to offer on other compensation components versus if that's a fixed amount, then you would not necessarily have to have that same flexibility for the other cost components of compensation. Well, they're all cost components. I have a little bit of fear about not having that, discussion now because I feel like it puts a lot of pressure on this team if we're in the last week. I'd rather be I'd rather be putting the final touches on a compensation plan during our last week, just to make sure we've had the discussion we need to have now. But I don't know if that's efficient, if we feel like then we need the information from the health insurance committee. So what do you guys think then for the agenda tomorrow?
Well, real quick, before we move on to agenda, let me just ask, other than healthcare,
Yes, I'm
is there
sorry.
any other information budget-wise that anybody feels as though was not in this very thorough presentation?
I'm just curious, Russ, if anyone has any thoughts. I mean, we have best case scenario and doomsday, right? Is there a medium ground? I mean, is there other research that we can do that it's fiscally responsible, where they're taking in historical allotments from the Great Recession and things like that, what's reasonable to expect?
Right, is it just a
Shake
guessing
my
game?
magic 8 ball.
I know, yeah, I know, but.
We have very different governors now, too. I mean, back then was Brown back, and now it's Laura Kelly, so, but yeah.
Maybe that's.
It was not Brownback, was it?
Well, I guess not until 2010.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
considered
because
before Brownback. but-
It was 08, 09 when I feel like was our biggest hit, right? 8, 9.
But one of the things they did, the federal government gave out ERA money, I think it was ARRA, and we could use that directly to supplant school district funding. So far, the money that the federal government's gone out, the CARES Act, is not supposed to supplant things you've already budgeted for. So they're not supposed to be able to use it to help fill the holes in your revenue source.
But theoretically, some of that money could be used for professional development to deal with learning how to use Canvas because we had to switch because of COVID.
Yeah, yeah. I would think there'd be some good
It
latitude
did cover
there.
Canvas, actually, right?
Say that again?
It did cover the cost of Canvas, correct? The
Yes.
CARES money
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
I have some homework, but it's probably for Jay. I'd like to know the number of certified staff when they move to their next step, how many of them would see the same salary from their current step to the next step they move to? Because we have areas in our salary schedule, I don't know if you know this, but
Do
yeah.
the dead zones.
Yeah, that are the same from one year to the next, up to, I think, 7 years even, or 7 steps, excuse me, in some cases.
Yeah, well, it
So
just
that's your
depends on
homework.
where,
Okay.
yeah, that's easy.
Well, Russ, was that already figured when you,
Yeah, but
Sorry,
not the well, do you know the number?
I think it's typically about 40% of your matrix is on a no step increase. They
Yeah.
might move a step, but there's no dollar associated with it.
Correct.
I have a question for, and I don't know if Kevin is online. I know, I guess he wouldn't be online. He may be in the observing or he may be in the room.
He's
but-
watching.
Watching the
Okay,
Shawnee
I'll
Mission
tell you,
link.
now, myself and the Wichita mediator and the other KC mediator, each of us are doing bargaining with different districts, but I have to tell you, we usually only facilitate and or mediate with less than a third of the districts. They're usually just getting their stuff done, if you will, in some way. And I don't have any way of knowing what districts have already gone through this and or come up with anything that's amazing and interesting. And I don't know if KASB has a way to know who's settled and or if Kevin or NEA knows there are any other reps that have kind of tried to put their heads around this in traditional bargaining at the table that have actually come up with anything that might be interesting in terms of how to think about this unknown between, you know, the pre-COVID column and the post-COVID column.
I'm not sure in regards to that question, but we can, I'm sure Kevin Scarrow or people from KNEA can get the settlement information for every district in the state.
I know
Right, and
several have.
truth is everyone's bargaining late, so I'm not sure there's gonna be that many districts that are done.
Some
There
are
are.
done because they
Yeah.
had,
Like Olathe is done because they did have a 2-year agreement from last year, but they did meet
yeah.
to discuss this coming year.
It'd be probably helpful. Russ, do you have an idea of what other school district CFOs are using as their sort of guidepost for how conservative they won't share that?
A lot of it's going
No,
to depend on their balances, too.
No,
Right, I
we
mean-
discussed it.
Yeah.
We discussed it at our last meeting, and we all just know what the facts are right now.
Yeah, it's a
It's hard
challenge.
to you can't speculate and then come to agreement. I don't
Right.
know if that's a fair process.
Well, and who knows, honestly, who knows what's gonna happen 3 weeks from now? You know? With some record number of cases jump,
I know today was the highest number in Johnson County. It's scary.
so.
Will there be any, I'm looking at my columns of where I think you all will do your prioritizing. And we can go
Were
through
you
them.
sharing that with us?
I wondered that, too. When you talk about,
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what I've
items-
been taking note of, but also, I don't know how much time we have to talk, or I can do it tomorrow. And, you know, every district's different, so I just listen and make notes, and then you guys tell me what I'm missing or what's not a column that you will end up, you know, considering.
Stephanie,
But
for historical reference too, supplemental usually just follows along with base increase.
An increase to the supplemental salary schedule typically is the same increase that we would negotiate for the base.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I just lost my train of thought on the last question I
Oh.
had for y'all. Yeah, share the categories with you. There was something before somebody asked me that I was.
Do we want to
gonna
look at that now? Did she want to have her share her screen now? So that
Yeah,
we can
I wrote it on my pad. Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Because I'm just sort of putting my head together where I go with this with you all next time we're together or later perhaps. But, I was going to verify, what is you all's, let me go through the categories. Then before we end today, verify what is the homework, right? Because I don't know if you want to get more specific on what staff are frozen on a step and or how specific. Linda's info was great, but is there any tighter information or current info that she and or Kevin could provide before tomorrow or the next day? So here's what okay, and by the way, I am going to have you eventually, not now, but when you guys do this, it's sort of like, I don't want to say silent brainstorming, but it is silent prioritizing. You'll do it individually, then you'll see how everyone else thought to sort of get to a group. So number 1, step increase would be a category. Number 2, increase to the base would be a category. Number 3, health care funding obligation would be a category. You just don't know yet, right? Number 4, high school 5 periods, middle school 5 periods.
Supplemental.
And I don't think I have any other category you all are going to be sort of pulling together to bargain. Now, so far, neither you all, when you brought forth your issue statements on economics, you left them general. You just said sort of salary and benefits. If there is something that you want to bring forward that's specific, I would invite you guys to do that, next time before we start prioritizing these categories.
Rachel did say supplemental, which typically we would put that in with like salary
base.
increase, yeah.
Okay.
Now, if there was something
So baseline
specific
supplemental,
that somebody wanted to change, then that would be different.
I wonder about any of those proposed positions. I don't know that I have one king.
Really good point. It may make sense for us to pull that screen up and you guys kind of think on tonight or even now, should that be something that you might want to rank? I didn't really note the dollar amount in those or how significant.
I mean, elementary reductions in there. High school
yeah, you guys
counselors,
do have-
social workers. The special ed caseload reduction, that's in addition to the 5? Is that right?
Decent explanation in terms of the background and the why behind it so that people aren't categorizing 1, 2s, and 3s without understanding really why was this needed.
Got all of it. We could say, let's try and fund, for an example, social workers, let's try and fund 3 more for this year.
Yeah.
That's why I think you do need a little background on them to know what's possible.
What's that under elementary additional plan time, possible busing?
I think that's late start.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that was
Okay.
Yep.
Wasn't there a page that had 1 FTE for something and 6 or 11 for another? That's not under this list. It wasn't
That
for
was the ones
future.
we've already added, Russ. I think she's talking about.
Yeah.
Those have already happened.
Right now, I'm going to go ahead and add to the categories those considerations for future staffing. And then as we get there, if it feels like it's just getting you too much in the weeds and y'all don't want to get that deep on it, I mean, we can just play that by ear. Any other thoughts on that category, creating a category for that? So it sounds like, is anybody making a list of what the homework is?
Yeah, I did. I have.
And then
Yeah, go ahead.
kind of lead Rachel into thinking about what's our agenda tomorrow. So I guess let's hear what the homework is, and then yeah, Rachel, I'm all open, or anyone else, to how much of that do you want to pull back into this group tomorrow or the next day? So go ahead, whoever's got that list.
I have homework for benefits committee, like finding out next steps with that, like when are they going to meet again? Homework to find other districts' settlements across Kansas, I guess, to see who's already come to an agreement. Was there more than that?
Well, who would if we got a presentation on these future budget considerations?
Oh, Gotcha.
Is there one person that could speak on that at some point, or is it sort of from different departments and areas and it'd be difficult? What do you think? Russ, Michelle, anyone?
I think Michael and I can cover most of them. A lot of them are out of Michael's committee.
Yeah.
The others, some are out of the strategic plan. There's only maybe one or two that I couldn't cover probably. I think we can cover them. I just have to ask some questions before then.
And I think if we do make it a section for consideration when you do your 1, 2, 3 priority, if you guys don't disagree, I think you should hear a presentation on them. And then within that section, I think you will probably categorize each one, 1, 2, 3. So there'd be a little bit of work on this, but it's not like a full session by any means. Okay, so that's the homework list. Rachel, you seem to, I think, maybe have your head around what tomorrow might look like. Can you give us a recommendation? Eventually, you all will do your own agenda.
I need to clarify. So by tomorrow morning, we would need to have a presentation on each of these? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's the following morning, or maybe based on what we hear from the healthcare committee, you all may want to push your economics out till you reconvene on the 13th, and we want to look at your calendar again.
I don't know what we would need presentations on.
I know. Is there anything in here that you guys would like additional information on?
I mean,
Pretty
because I think all the,
self-explanatory.
to me, yeah, items requested for consideration, I think those have been flogged out, you know, like, I think most of us know
Yeah.
what the details are on that.
Are there any of them that you guys would like more research on?
Would the last one, the BIST recovery room interventionist?
I can talk about that.
Okay. And I know what that is,
Okay.
I think the only one I would need to do some research, high school counselors, I mean, I can advocate the why. I can tell you that research would tell you that we're significantly more kids to counselor ratio than we
Their
should be.
caseloads
But if
are
you want like,
ginormous, yeah.
if you want like real research, I'm gonna have to go dig for it, but that's the only one I
think
can't.
The only one I had questions about was the middle school admin intern.
Okay, so, let me tell you what I can tell you right now, and then I would have to, you can tell me if you need more information. So right now, Hawker Grove and West Ridge have 2 assistant principals. The other 3 middle schools only have 1. And some of those middle schools with more kids than those 2 middle schools, Hawker and West Ridge have. There's been conversation over the year, and I know Linda and I've had this conversation for 2 or 3 years now, that I would say especially Trail Ridge could benefit from an additional administrator. Our recommendation is admin interns. It's an opportunity for a training ground, and it's a little bit, it's not quite as expensive as adding an assistant principal, so that's the recommendation. But even with a place like Indian Hills, 800 and some kids and only 1 assistant principal. And so I think it's just the additional administrative intern support for those 3 middle schools that don't have that.
Okay, no, that makes sense.
And I would even think the presentation is as short as that. So I don't know what.
If we can do that, then we're good.
I don't know if Stephanie wanted more of a.
No, I don't.
Okay.
You guys are way ahead of the game. If you all have already been into the conversations on how these came about, then you're way ahead of the game. Great. Yeah, just if there's some specific ones that you want more info on, yes, just I guess that's
If it's
it.
that simple, I think we can answer all of these between myself and Michael.
I had one last on that middle school administrative intern. Is that classified as a teacher, or is that a secondary?
It is an administration contract.
Okay.
Now, I will tell you, in hiring admin interns, it's usually a lateral move financially with more days.
Yeah.
So if you want to be an admin intern, you're doing it because you want to be an admin intern, not because you're making more money.
I just was wondering where they were.
As a matter of fact, some of them have actually decreased a little bit in what they make because they're usually master teachers, high on the pay scale, and
Yeah.
they do it because they want the experience.
Their daily rate certainly.
Their
less.
daily rate's certainly lower, for sure. Almost all of them, that would be the case unless they're just exceptionally young.
One thing from our current agenda today was a COVID update. Are we going to put that for tomorrow's agenda? I know we were about going in that direction of looking at the agenda for tomorrow.
I can sure do it
If you
real
guys
quick.
want, we can do it now. It's totally up to you guys. I have the stamina. We can do it now, or we can do it tomorrow, or maybe, it's whatever you.
Depends on how much information you're about to.
I don't have a lot, honestly.
I just have
I
a
mean,
couple questions.
yeah, I would like to do it, just as
Okay.
one thing we could check off. And I don't have a lot of information anyway, so. Just want me to roll?
Go.
So we, all right, since last time we met, let me process for a minute. So the design teams finished the draft documents. They went out, they got the feedback from the feedback loop team. They came back together as a design team. They gathered all of the feedback that they received from people. They've adjusted the plans. And then last Thursday morning, the plans went out to cabinet members in, what we were calling an addendum, if you will, that had significant questions. So just as an example, there were questions around, a lot around food service and what, according to federal guidelines, could and could not happen regarding food service. So we needed Nancy Kokenauer and Dr. Ziegler to chime in and say, this is doable, this is not doable. There were a lot of questions around HR. There were probably some questions around the P&A and duty-free lunch. That was one of the conversations. It wasn't necessarily that we want to change that, but what would be creative solutions? And I think in some of the committees, they gave suggestions, and some they did not. So it's just taking an additional look at that from the HR standpoint. Facilities, transportation, food service, Shelby Reback's team in regards to some PPE equipment, who needs that, N95 mask, who needs those. And so that feedback is supposed to be back to us by Friday. Those teams have those documents right now. Linda, I did share those with you, right? I did not share them? Okay, I can do that one as soon as we're done here. There were some changes based on the feedback that the designs teams received that they adjusted. It's not significant from the original one you saw, but there are probably some changes. So the next step would be to take the addendums and then create what I'm going to say would be a pretty solid draft. And David's team is working on a parent version of those. So sort of taking this massive document and condensing it down into a parent-friendly document. Right? Because some things aren't going to be relevant to parents that are in this document, and some are, absolutely. And so our goal is to kind of have a solid draft of both the teacher document, as I'm going to say staff document. It's not just teachers, it is staff, all staff, and the parent document, and have them translated by around the 4th of July. So that we can get a thought exchange out no later than July 9th to all staff and all parents. That's the goal. So all staff would be able to see the plans and provide input they would see them, everybody would see both drafts no later than July 9th. Well, I guess you would only see the parent draft if you're a parent, the teacher draft if you're a teacher, but. David, did everything? Yeah? You did well. Okay. So Jill?
Yeah.
Shoot me your
Sure.
questions. I'll try to
Well, it might
answer.
even be more for Rachel, because she pointed out last time that we do have something up on our website that's the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which it says it requires certain employers to provide their employees with paid sick leave and expand Family Medical Leave Act. So you've
That's
posted this
us.
because that's us. Okay, good. That's one
And we
clarification.
can clarify that language. It applies to public school districts.
Okay, and then the paid sick leave, if you're exposed to a student in the classroom that ends up testing positive, you'll need to take a 14-day quarantine. And are you expected to use your 10 days that you get each year, or would this be additional sick leave that's not part of your bank.
Or would it be classified under work comp?
Under work comp, yeah. Because that's what the biggest thing we've had is that teachers say, well, if I get exposed to a student, then I have to quarantine. Am I then just going to lose all,
Yeah.
my,
So that is one of the conversations in the document too, and if, likely, if you're exposed, so is the whole class.
Correct.
Right? So if you're quarantined, likely, so is the whole
whole
class.
class?
So
Okay.
the plan would actually be able to pick up tomorrow teaching from home. So
Got
even
it.
though we're quarantined, we could be teaching. And there's a lot of conversation too. There's so much we don't know, but there is a lot of conversation that Shelby has shared that the Johnson County Health Department can still shut a school down and not our whole district. So
Okay.
if we had a school where several kids showed up,
One family could,
one family, right? I mean, if my 5 kids showed up, the whole place would be going down, right? And so then hopefully we could not miss a beat and be
Okay.
prepared to continue on in quarantine. I think the bigger question is if you
contracted and.
absolutely, and you're
you
sick
can't teach
and
from
you
home.
can't teach, right?
So there are 6 reasons why, and we have developed, Michelle Morse, with the HR team, we worked together to try and develop some really clear forms we could distribute to staff who had questions, and I can certainly share those with you guys. But there are 6 reasons under the law that you may be eligible for emergency paid sick leave for those 2 weeks of paid sick leave. And those are if you're subject to a federal, state, or local quarantine or isolation order. That's mostly like those individuals who have come off like cruise ships. But there have been cases where individuals have been subject to an order. You've been advised by a healthcare professional to self-quarantine. You're experiencing COVID symptoms. You're, caring for an individual is typically a minor who meets some of these qualifications. So they're all laid out in the form. The expanded FML is really for if you need to take family medical leave because you do not have childcare because of school closures. I would say there are a lot of unknowns in the law right now about application of other things like the ADA. They're incredibly fact-specific, but that, I would certainly be working with HR should we get, any requests in for any of these forms of protected leave or for ADA accommodations. But they're so fact-specific that I'm hesitant to go through, what-if scenarios. They're dependent upon what that person's medical provider is advising for them.
But if you had one of these 6 reasons for staying home and not being able to work, not even being able to do remote learning, because maybe you are you're experiencing the symptoms, would those sick days come from this emergency? Would those sick days come out of the teacher's sick leave bank? I guess is the.
Right. Okay, I'm tired. Let me think about this.
There-
No,
I mean, okay,
those are
but-
paid leave days. So for example, for FML, you get so much paid time,
Right.
and then once it's unpaid, you have the option to use your available paid time. But here, this is paid leave, and frankly, an expense that us as a public school district has to incur. And I don't think we have any budget estimates built in for paying out. I don't think we have any budget estimates built in for paying this out as people request to take emergency paid leave. If you are a tax-paying entity, you get compensation in the form of deductions or reimbursements for amounts that you've paid out under these federal laws. We do not get that as a public school district.
What about the aid that's coming from the federal government?
The CARES Fund, I do think could cover that.
Could cover some.
But I'm going to tell you right now, it wouldn't last very long.
Yeah.
It wouldn't last very long.
Okay.
And
Right, Russ? I mean, that's a fair statement, right?
And this is a big shot in the dark too, as to how many people are gonna, make claims for emergency paid sick leave. It's anyone's guess as to what, next school year looks like in terms of, what our numbers in Johnson County might be, how much of our employees might be impacted. So the budget numbers that Russ presented did not include you know, any guess as to how many individuals would be making claims under the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act? But no, it would not reduce their days.
I also worry, this is not an answer, but I also worry about our sub-pool.
Our subpool,
Right,
yeah.
I mean, our sub-pool are a lot of retired teachers that are they even going to want to sub? I mean, are they going to want to have that risk? And then in addition, I mean, you know, and that probably will impact the decision around how we have school, is what our teaching staff looks like. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I also worry about, we have staff in prime zones of risk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, having those difficult conversations because they want to be in the building, but, you know, that may not be what's best health-wise for them, depending on what's going on.
Has there been any conversation about surveying staff as far as where they're at? I know that it can change day to day, week to week, but like where they're at with comfortability of coming
did you
back?
say surveying?
Yeah.
Yes, we're working on that as we speak.
Okay.
And families.
Okay.
The families, I believe, we are going to put that on the July 15th online verification. It's just another form that, because we need to know who they are. We talked about doing a general survey to have a percentage, but that doesn't really help us on pockets of schools. And so we talked about specifically needing to know who those kids are and being able to account for every kid. So that survey is going on online verification, which will open July 15th. The staff survey, we actually talked about this last night. I talked to Dr. Fulton quite extensively about this. And I know Dr. Sumner we're all having the conversations, Rachel, about what that survey looks like. I believe Blue Valley's went out today.
I think that's right.
So staff should be expecting that to come in the next 2 weeks. Yes.
Has anyone on the different committees that you have brought up a concern of, like, if you're a teacher in the district and your own children go to school in the district, just concerns about if your own child has to stay home a couple days of the week because it's like a hybrid model, but you as a teacher of the district would have to come every day?
I would say there's a lot of concern around that.
I'm sure, yeah.
And so one of the things that we're also talking about is partnerships with JCPRD and Y-Care. And unfortunately, if we're working on a limited capacity issue, we won't be able to use our schools. There are some schools, like, for example, I can name the one off the top of my head, Blue Jacket Flint. They have a ton of capacity where they could still space out kids. We have other schools that there's zero room to space out kids. Briarwood would be a great example of that. And so maybe partnering with churches or other facilities, you know, Indian Creek maybe running facility in the south end out of the creek. Just different, yes, those conversations are happening as well.
Thank you.
But there's a lot of, I would say that's probably the biggest concern.
Yeah.
And teaching while I have kids at home, also in a hybrid model or a blended model or a virtual model. I think we experienced that this spring.
Right.
I don't know if there's a way when the teacher survey goes out to, I don't know, send staff a phone message asking them, because I know a lot of teachers aren't checking.
Absolutely. We can send a text that says, hey, the survey's in your box. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. An issue of checking their work email over the summer.
Yeah, because
Yeah. We can send a text. That's
Yeah.
just like we do on snow days, right,
Yep.
David? We can send that. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
wake up, David.
I also have an update on health benefits. Here's what I know. Dr. Atha just got off the phone with CBIZ, and the 2021 insurance premiums will not be known until middle of July. The benefits committee will schedule as soon as we have that information. I would guess it would be mid to late July.
Rachel, remind me, without me opening my calendar, are we July 13th, 14th, 15th, or something like that?
I think it's July 13th, 15th, 16th. We skipped the 14th. Someone wasn't available that day. And the problem
did
is
the
what our
next week-
schedules look like at the end of July. I just don't know how we could possibly all 8 meet at the end of July.
I think though we've obviously all of us want to be done before school starts, but I don't think it's totally out of the realm of what's normal during negotiations to still be negotiating when school starts. And so I just worry about us like trying to rush and not doing due diligence to getting like the most up-to-date information.
So I think there's a couple things that we need to have a really meaningful conversation about around that timeline, because, we'll commit additional meetings. That's no problem. We'll, whatever time we need, I think this team is committed to scheduling that time. I don't know, and I haven't had any discussions about this, but, when we do that, we typically haven't delayed classified increases. And so I know that sometimes that can present a challenge or friction then to the discussions that this group has.
Last year was the first time that has happened.
Normally I know 3 years ago when we saw a very large increase and we got that, in
September
or October.
We settled.
Classified staff also got that increase in September and October as
Yeah.
well. So normally, classified are waiting on us anyway. Last year was out of the norm.
And I don't know, I don't have any information I just know, I'm remembering that as being an issue. Or maybe,
It was an issue
was-
because it
yeah.
was very uncharacteristic of what has happened in the past.
Okay.
I think it was making the decision before the decisions were made here that was the issue, not the fact that they were waiting or not waiting.
okay. I don't know, frankly, and I know that part of that discussion was not making our classified staff wait for their increase, and a concern about getting them a timely increase. I don't know. I don't have that information for you. I don't know what the timeline is for that this year, to know whether that would happen or not. I think it would depend a lot on how soon we were able to schedule our meetings potentially. I don't know.
But I think pushing that, we gotta get this done, puts a whole lot of pressure on doing it fast better than doing it well. And that's something that I've been feeling and feel more when we talk about, we gotta get this done by the 16th, because that's our last meeting. It doesn't have to be our last meeting.
Right.
And I think that's a big question for the reps from NEA is, what timeline you guys are comfortable with, because frankly,
I don't know that we have a timeline. I think it's just, let's do this well, and we're done when we're done.
Ratification is very challenging when we're not in school. We wouldn't do a vote until we probably went back to school anyways.
Because people don't check their emails during the summer because they don't have to.
Well, we don't have phone emails of non-members.
Right.
so that may then be, if that may be a bigger discussion than of just our schedule in general. If we feel then like we're getting to a place where we want to wait to discuss compensation till we have information out of the health insurance committee, then I think that raises questions of how many days do we want to meet in July? Do we need those 3 days?
Yeah, I think that I was kind of thinking the same thing, Rachel. Maybe we should reassess here at the end of the day tomorrow and see what's left in terms of.
Yeah, I don't think we should decide that today, but.
All this week. But also, is there the ability for you to get a little bit of feedback from folks who may not be in the room that where they might think they stand on the timeliness or of the classified staff? Maybe this week find out if there's some flexibility on that so that you do know when it's time to kind of reconvene with more healthcare info. How are you looking at the classified situation?
I can definitely have those discussions.
It's a legitimate interest, right? And so we've got to kind of
Don't classified
honor,
staff normally get back
hearing.
pay for the increase in the past, haven't they?
Yes.
So,
that's a decision that the board makes about when they put any increase into effect. And I'm truly I have no idea, I have no information about that at this time. I just wanted
So then
to raise it as a potential timeline or scheduling issue
Right. No, I
so
understand.
that we don't have unnecessary like concern or friction over that this year. And it's helpful to have the historical context as well. It's always a challenging issue because those groups, their compensation's not negotiated in here, but we do have a, sort of practice of giving the same raise across the board to our pay groups, so.
And just to advocate for that group, I mean, they certainly have traditionally gotten back pay, but I think they would tell you that they would rather get the money right away. And so we're essentially asking everyone to wait for this process.
And I think the ones that I've talked to have said that they would have rather waited because in instances where they've waited, they've ended up getting more than what was offered, per se.
Yeah,
I don't know how they would know that.
yeah, I don't know.
Sounds like, I'm going to try to keep us going because I want to end at 3. It sounds as though Rachel's going to get a feel from other folks that may not be in the room on what is the status of the classified pay, what flexibility or not exists there. And then when you all come back together, you'll have that information in order to consider how you adjust your timeline if you do for the healthcare info.
And
But for now,
that's not to say that decision solidifies in stone anything we do here. I just know the impact that it can have or the feeling that it can have on these discussions. So I think it's important that if we're going to extend the timeline, that's something that we take into consideration. That I want to make sure we go into it with full information.
And if you're okay, I
No,
can
I mean,
reach out to Michelle Morris and
Yeah.
get that information
Yeah.
for us. Yeah.
that's awesome, guys. That's just in the spirit of being transparent and make sure that you guys have good communication. So as long as you're talking, you'll work it out. But for now, we know what our dates are. And until we wrap up end of day tomorrow, maybe, or the following, then let's revisit that timeline and calendar, if that makes sense. Real quick, I'm just using my notes to match up you all's flip chart. Did someone put the flip charts back up in terms of what you've got still open and what you've got TA'd?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have your numbers on them and the topic?
Just the
Like any-
numbers. So we have to cross-reference to the issue statements.
Well, so I'm going to have you all put together your next agenda, but let me make sure my notes match what's on your wall so we don't leave anything laying aside. I show that NEA-1 and NEA-3 were really the same, and those were just updating the contract, including pre-K language. I show that that's done. Am I right on that?
Yes.
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 I show that NEA-2 was TA'd on 6/15.
Correct.
Fed. Okay, I show that NEA-4 was how to, the calendar issue, aligning the calendar with the contract, that is tabled. And I show that we thought it was strongly related to the district number 1 around PD time.
Correct.
Can you remind me, are we tabling that for this year, or did we just table it that session and we need to get it back in front of us?
There's one thing that there's 2 things I think we need to do, and Linda, I'm going to ask Jill, can you invite Linda to our conversation, or however we're supposed to do this? I want to make sure that I have this right, but in Linda and I's conversation around the revised calendar for 2021, I believe there are 2 issues that we need to address going into 2021. And that is, there is language in the PD section, which I think we will address when we get to that PD section around pre-service. It says, the contract doesn't even state what we're currently doing. I believe it says that we'll have 3 days, 2 of which will be PD and 1 will be a work day, when we really we have 4 days, 3 of which have been PD and 1 a work day, if you will. So I think we need to fix that for sure. I don't think we should be tabling this for good. I think we should, that's pretty easy language. I think we can probably clean up after some discussion. And the second part, Linda and I talked about, especially with the change in the calendar this year, for this team to do the blackout calendar, for us to have a discussion about what's fair in the blackout calendar, because this is a unique year with all that pre-service. So that's one thing that Linda and I talked about, and I think it's a great idea. I did ask Mike to bring a draft of the blackout calendar for us to at least have a place to start. And so I would love to be able to do that so that we can tell staff that up front. Now that this new calendar has been revised and will be published, I think in all fairness to staff, especially with timing of taking kids back to college or whatever the case may be, that's a lot of days. And so I would like for us to collaboratively do a blackout calendar for this year.
Yeah. And I assume we need to do that in the next 2 days,
Oh,
or it'd be better to do
I
it
don't
in-
know I don't know that it matters when we do it, but I
Okay.
think the sooner that we can give it to staff, the better.
Okay, yeah,
What do you
that's,
guys think?
There are questions coming about taking their child to college if college is still in session.
Right.
And so that it is kind of,
It helps me plan
yeah.
as a
Right.
teacher.
yeah.
We typically publish this right when they come back, right when staff report back in August. Just to kind of clarify, we do typically, not typically, always waive, someone going back, taking their kid back to college. But that'll be a good conversation to have as a team.
So it sounds like we're going to add blackout.
We already
Right.
have that.
To talk
We
about
already
the
have
blackout
blackout
calendar.
language. We're not
That
adding,
sounds right.
I don't think we're talking about adding language. We already have language around blackout days.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
just talking about creating the calendar for this year to publish.
Right. Yeah, understood. I think I froze up there, but yeah, you just want time to talk about it as a group at some point. But in terms of the issue statements that exist, when we talk about aligning the calendar and PD days, my note says we tabled it and we did step 1, 2, and 3, and that it didn't have to be done this contract cycle if we didn't get to it. Or do you guys want to keep it in this contract cycle, not the blackout calendar? I know that's just a discussion, but the original issue statement around the aligning the calendar with the contract.
Yeah, I think our calendar that we have for 2020, 2021 does address the things that we brought up in that issue statement.
So you could not talk about that again this year in terms of an
Except
issue.
that we do have language in our agreement that is a little bit different from what our calendar change was for 2020, 2021.
And we're getting ready to bring 21, 22 to the board before long, so I think we should discuss it.
Okay,
Well, and I think it kind of overlapped with staff meetings and the district's PD. Like, I think we kind of thought those 3 issues all interwove together.
So I'm not going to mark them out then, right? So that we get them back on our agenda in the next couple of days if possible. So
isn't
those-
that what the
that's-
stars are
that's-
next? Isn't that what the
we
stars?
put stars next to some of our issue statements to say they're on hold.
Can we mark any of those off today? Like,
We did
8,
mark number
yeah.
2 and number
And I-
8,
So
or number 2 is already off.
No,
8,
just
8 is
not-
what we
Those
did
were-
today.
okay.
guys, those were all the outstanding NEA I had, other than, of course, both sides brought forward the sort of blanket economic one. But then under the district ones, I show that, again, we're sort of collapsing the Shawnee Mission issue statement 1 around PD time. We're kind of collapsing or including that in calendar conversation. I show that Shawnee Mission District number 2 around best practices and procedures, around collaboration, all that. We want to kind of have that conversation towards the end of the process. I show district number 3 grievance procedure. We sort of held off on that. That probably should go on an agenda tomorrow, maybe. And then I show the, again, staff meetings. I show that it was just discussion and it didn't really TA, no language. It was just a discussion. So I'm not real sure where that is. Where do you guys have it on yours, that staff meeting conversation?
It's under,
And was I
haven't
missing anything?
paused.
able to revisit.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a note that we put a pin in it.
I think I sent you the notes on all the interest on that. So maybe
Yeah.
we should review that at some point on the agenda, see if we pick it back up in what way.
Is calendar, I feel like calendar is very specific and not tied to PD, because isn't the calendar issue that I recall about a conference day in the fall and a work day in the spring only?
Right.
I would suggest we put that back on for discussion and try to get that closed.
Okay.
Okay.
Was the PD conversation then related to staff meetings? Maybe that's what Lindsay was saying.
Yes.
Or
I
no,
do
the
think
professional development was more related to staff meetings. Yeah.
Yes.
Was there any homework on that?
I think so.
I don't think so.
Now, am I missing anything on my notes, or are you all missing anything on your flip charts?
I don't know.
Because at this point, I feel like we've narrowed things down enough. You guys are sort of understanding how we're processing IBB, where economics lay right now. I feel like you all can start, whether Rachel types and you guys sort of say what you want to do. I think you all could make your agenda. What do you want to take on tomorrow?
Yeah.
Based on
I mean, I
what
feel
you
like
got
first
on-
thing in the morning, we have to decide what we're doing with our timeline, because if we are gonna add dates, again, getting 8 people together, it's a real challenge. I mean, Jill and I did it. It was dozens and dozens of emails, right, to find days that everyone's available.
And after July 20th, it's only going to get more difficult.
Right. So if we're gonna.
So
Is there any way that CBIZ,
Could go faster?
well, no, I
Can
mean,
CBIZ go faster?
to see what the trend is now?
Linda's asking if CBIZ can maybe see what the trend is now to get us a insurance premium before mid to late July.
Or just to give us an idea, are we waiting because the trend is going way up? I mean,
Let me have a conversation with Dr. Atha tonight, get more information about his conversation, and I can bring that tomorrow.
I mean, I feel like if we had some sort of reasonably estimated range, even if it's not that narrow, but if it's, it's not going to be 1%, but it's not going to be 10%, we're looking with other clients right in about this window, I think that would be helpful to know. And then we can decide, as a team, if we're able to get that, how comfortable are we moving forward with that level of specificity with that information? Or do we feel like expanding the timeline is better?
But people kind of, I don't want to say sleep on it, but sort of chew on it tonight. Sounds like Michelle will get information from Dr. Atha, and then there's some homework to come back to. I think Jill's got that list, and then maybe revisit in the morning if that makes sense. And it right away if that makes sense. But the other thing is, I hate to put this on Russ or anyone. Truth is, a couple people always end up surfacing as those sort of, whether they're the analytical people, whether the money people, like also everyone, I'm inviting everyone to think about the difference between 6 million to spend on compensation and salary versus a deficit of, I don't even know what that number was, way different, right? Versus that deficit, what is, again, I don't know, the homework was what have other districts done with it? Right? So, tomorrow we should revisit if any ideas come up overnight tomorrow about how do you get to that narrower range of what you guys agree is what you're going to try to spend. That's the sooner we can get into the economic work. So Rachel, it sounds like you're saying, let's revisit the economic homework in the morning. And with that, do we go forward and push towards economics as we wrap up these 3 days and go into July 13th? Or is there a need to look late July or early August? So that's agenda number 1. Anybody opposed to that?
And I think after we review that, we could decide going one of two paths. 1, continuing to push forward with the compensation discussion, or 2, tabling it till July or a later date, in which case we need to immediately get those on our calendars. And then
what else can be on?
Sorry,
Folks, what else? That's okay. Go ahead. Did I interrupt, Rachel? I'm
No,
sorry.
if we don't go down that path, we should pick other topics for tomorrow. If we don't continue with the compensation discussion.
We talked about.
Can I ask, in case we do, will someone put on the materials list to bring about, a dozen flip chart papers with the sticky or with some tape and some and a bunch of yellow stickies and some markers.
Yep,
They don't have to be yellow, but sticky pads.
yep.
Okay, so what else? Don't go down that path tomorrow. What else
I
do
think
we want to
calendar.
take on? Calendar?
Yeah, we talked about NEA's issue statement 4, finishing that.
Agreement? Was that, wait, issue 4 was,
NEA issue 4, not Shawnee.
oh, the NEA 4, I'm sorry.
Is that where we would want to tie in, looking at the blackout calendar, you think?
I think we could.
Okay, so calendar issue,
Actually,
NEA.
no, I think it needs to go with the PD conversation, not the calendar. Well, the blackout calendar, yes, the PD language, PD. Blackout calendar could go tomorrow, I think. It's easy.
So the calendar, so the blackout calendar, and then do we want to add one of our issues then? One of the district's issues, either professional development time or grievance?
And is
we have
professional
an
development
NEA
time
issue on
related to
there.
picking back up the staff meeting combo?
I think we should start down the grievance one,
Okay.
at least open it, have some conversation.
Okay. So I have in the morning, we'll revisit our homework assignments on compensation and discuss as a team the timeline that we feel comfortable scheduling that discussion for, whether it be moving forward tomorrow or later. If we do not discuss compensation, then we will look at NEA-SM issue statement 4 and also review the blackout calendar for 2021. And then if we get to it, SMSD issue 2, the grievance procedure.
I think it's SMSD issue 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Then you guys still have another full day this week. You're going to be in really good shape on having your non-economics really nailed down, regardless of when you enter your economics, which that's really, really good. You guys have made good progress. So at the end of Wednesday, it's like, if you end up having to push your economics out and you don't have anything to do that week of the 13th, you may free it up to reschedule later, but we just don't know yet. Okay, Rachel, do you mind this time putting that agenda on a Word doc?
Sure.
And you can screen share even though I host, right? I mean, most groups that start, that get into IBB, you guys end up owning a little more of it. The goal really is eventually self-facilitation. It may not be a couple of contracts till you do that. And sometimes you'll never do self-facilitation because you may be adding new people and you'll want a facilitator or new training, whatever. But the more of the documents you guys can own, I think the better you get as a committee. I will send my notes from today over to you guys also, Jill and Rachel, and share as you want. If there's nothing else on the agenda, I think all you guys have left is communication. Are we missing anything, anyone?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Okay, then I think I can drop off. This means I can go get a dilly bar before I do another district at 4 o'clock. Dilly bar or lemonade, I don't know. They're both equally evil.
Thank you for your time today, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Sure. You guys have a good evening.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, wait, do I end the meeting? Yeah, because you're in person. Yeah.
Yes, please do. Thank you.